All right. What's going on? Good afternoon. What is going on? It's your man, it's the Ninja. Little tired. Let me know how my levels is good. This double feature ILP week I'm not used to. It's a lot of prep. Back from that, what's going on? The boy Hustle in there, I already see. Six Slayer, what's going on? Sinister, stop fanboying. It's too early to be fanboying this early. Get some breakfast or something first. Squirrely, damn, what's going on? Forceful episode. Get to sit down live in a month. Been hella busy. Thank you, Hustle. Appreciate you, brother. Firestar, what's going on? Pedro, I can't pronounce your last name, so I ain't gonna butcher it. Phantom Kraken, AKW, you know what I'm saying? What's up? X-Coin, what's going on? He's ready. Back from that. What's up, brother? You been playing at Outriders? How you been? Talk to me. That's my Destiny brother right there. Clan, you know? So, yeah, man, double feature week. Y'all know what it is. Miles will be in the realm, talking some good topics, you know what I mean? Yo, thank y'all for the support for the Colin episode. That was love. We rarely do, a second episode in the middle of the week, and see y'all come out and support it. And I like the comments, very positive, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we're going to get the king up in here. Addict's pulling up. I was worried Addict might not be able to pull up. He had a rough night work-wise. And then Solving the King I spoke to. What's going on? Meet M1010th. That's how I'm going to call you. M1010th, what's up? I didn't see you before. Salute. So, yeah, we're going to get this thing going. I'm going to get some coffee. And, you've been playing Outriders. All right, running Devastator. Yeah, we got to get that in, man. I got to start a new level character. My cousin Mark Smooth just got his Series X, so I'll talk about it when we go live. But I will be back. The King will be pulling up. Addict will pull up. And I'm going to go get Miles for y'all. Talk to y'all soon. And how could I forget my brother Boomstick, man? How did I forget Boom, man? Thank you for the super chat, brother. No disrespect. He's showing love early. I appreciate that. Master Rec, I can't say your name like Soft said, so you go with what Soft said. All right, I'll be back for real this time. Brap, the Basement Radio Arcade Podcast with the $2 Super Chat. Salute, Lords. Thank you, Brap. We got Miles in the building. We got Attic in the building. We got King. We're just waiting on Saw, but we'll be starting soon. We'll see y'all in a minute.
Yo, Brap, how you like that Xbox? You
Oh,
ain't playing
Lord.
your PlayStation. Ooh, wait.
I'm muting you.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Fit them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you want to do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, and we are live. Hear ye, hear ye. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast and the Lords of Gaming.net, episode number 204. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm very excited about our special guest, and we've got Sony's Blockbuster Focus, a Kojima Xbox exclusive, and E3 returning to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who, in my opinion, is one of the most positive rising stars within our gaming community. Whether it be his extremely informative articles or his infectious YouTube presence, all done with that feel-good humor and outstanding video production. Introducing the writer/video producer for WindowsCentral.com and the host of the XboxChatturdaysPodcast, the Lord of Gamer ASMRs, who consistently powers his X-Fridge with that Zio energy. Live from Colorado and kind enough to make his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Miles Dompier. How we doing, sir?
Wow, that intro, just incredible, bro. You're really kind of hyping me up here. I gotta take a second to just soak that all in. But no, I'm stoked. I'm doing awesome. Thanks so much for having me on today. Looking forward to sitting down with the Lords and talking juicy deets.
Yes, man. Long overdue. Glad we could make this happen. Huge fan of your work. You're a Lord at what you do. What have you been playing, man? What's been going on with you, man?
I've been playing a little bit of everything, but mostly I've been grinding Outriders into dust. I was handling our review for that, so I put in like 50 hours in like 5 days because it was one of those things where we got the review code one day ahead of like launch. So the turnaround for that was a little extreme, but surprisingly, I'm still playing it, even though the review's done out the door. I'm still grinding that end game, so I don't know if it's just addiction at this point or if I actually like the game, but yeah, still playing.
Still rocking. That's good, man. Go ahead.
Your mind's tricked you into thinking that the review's not done.
What class have you been rocking, man? What you been playing with?
Going Devastator.
Ooh,
getting up in it. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm hearing rumors that Devastator, they say they're not being picked at all the reindeer games for expeditions. They're getting, it's like they're getting the Rudolph treatment.
Yeah, I'm here they're getting booted, but I don't know. They didn't get any nerfs, so I was happy to see that in the patch notes. But people are saying that's because Devastator's trash. I don't know. I'm having fun. I'm tanky. I'm feeling good.
Nice.
So. I don't know.
Salute, you already know. Lord Saw, want to take care of some chats and things that came in during the intro?
Of course, sir. Give me one moment. So we have, to start off, Lord Brap in the building. $2 super chat. Salute, Lords. Thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
And we got Gerald.
Stop.
Chancleta himself. Then we have Gerald Mack, $5 super chat. Been following the Lords around on their podcast tour all week. You guys have the community lit. Great job.
Oh, wow. Salute.
We over here like Tribe Called Quest. Yes,
Salute.
Oh, yeah. Mass Erect with the $5 super chat. I feel sorry for you, Christopher Hart. You'll be playing games once every 4 years.
Is he even in here for y'all to be messing with this man? Damn.
He's asleep, but we're going to wake him up today.
Yeah. He needs to come
Jesus.
Then we have Flame with the $5 super chat. Can't find a single good bit of news about PlayStation for 2 whole weeks. Guess King was right when he said you reap what you sow. TCL game.
Yeah, Bessie.
Bang.
Bessie.
Early.
Then we have Squirrely Dad, $5 super chat. Please forgive my absence as of late. You know how it is out here. Much love to the Lords. I'll see you online soon. Let's get this show going.
That's right, Squirrely. Let's go.
Squirrely, what's going on? Coming to the East Coast, Squirrely.
And we have a couple of additions to the realm. First
Put
off,
those
let's put the crest in the chat. for Lord Sidious.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice name. Lord Sidious, unlimited power.
Dark Sidious.
And then we have another member to the room, Mr. Joanna Dark.
Okay.
Put the crest in the chat.
Oh, that's what's up.
Right, that's what's up. Put the
All right,
crest
tell her
up.
what it
Put the
is.
crest
No
up in the
doubt.
chat.
Oh, we good.
Yeah, I think we're caught up, sir.
All right, no doubt. And you know we got the four horsemen of gaming here in the realm, the original lords of the realm at the round table. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. Very appreciative that he made it up for a 16-hour shift. My man, Lord Attic, how we doing, sir?
Tired. I'm not turning my camera on until I wake up. So people are just going to have to deal with that for right now.
Oh, man, we don't get the
I
Attic
still-
goodness.
I still ain't even really woke up. For all I know, I'm still in bed. I don't know. I'll have to get back to work.
Dreaming about the podcast.
No doubt. But before your maddening work shift, anything you got a chance to play, sir?
Outriders.
No doubt, no doubt. How's it looking?
I don't know. We'll have to get back to you. Like,
We're still waiting for you to
gotta
process
see
and wake
people-
up.
I got to see people playing this in 2 weeks. So.
Mhm. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You got to see
Because
how
it
that
was the
end
same
game.
thing that happened with the Division. It was hot for the first couple weeks, and then it wasn't hot. So
Okay.
I got to see what that energy is like in 2 weeks.
No doubt. You already know. So it looks like we got a super chat came in before I intro you.
We got Rizzo34 with the $10 super chat. New here, been enjoying the shows. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Salute. Thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome to the
much.
round. Thank you to the round. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I'm under the weather, man. I was
Uh-oh.
under the weather.
Everybody's in the
last
bushes
night.
today. What's
Yeah, a
going
little bit. You
on?
know,
I
'cause
mean,
it's-
Miles is here. We got
it's
to
that
perk up.
it's that in between time where it's just like you get sun one day, then you get rain, and somehow
Yeah,
I'm a little sniffly.
Oh,
But
oh.
the funny thing, I woke up, like, so I wasn't feeling great, and I popped the TV on for a second. I was flipping channels, and I came upon
What?
Jean-Claude Van Damme's classic
What? What?
Kickboxer.
Oh.
And it was
Dancing
right
part?
at
The
it was
dancing?
right there. I peed myself laughing and crying to the point where all of that congestion's gone.
It just went away.
Yeah. So I feel much better. It's so funny, but I literally caught it from the beginning of that
Oh,
scene.
it's classic.
Oh, my
Classic
God, it's so
awkwardness.
good. It's
no
so
doubt.
good.
No doubt. Anything you've been playing, sir?
On my consoles, no. I honestly I turned my console on to download MLB The Show and
Woo!
Game Pass. Get
Oh,
that-
yes, sir.
Get that ready. Get that ready to rock.
Yes, we got some.
I'm ready
business.
day one. As soon as it
Yeah.
says go.
The only
You
thing I
petty.
got to play was Pac-Man 99 on my Switch.
I gotta play it.
okay. Okay.
Yo,
How
it's
is
really
it?
good. It is
I heard
so
it's
good.
lit.
It's
Okay.
lit. I mean, it's Pac-Man. It's Battle Royale.
Really?
It's Battle Royale. So you're playing
I remember
against 99 other players.
Lemon
90 other players.
108 Dragons has a video up of his gameplay of it. It's insane. I love what
It's
the
bonkers.
Pac-Man franchise.
No doubt. I
Yeah,
gotta check it out.
yeah, it's
Stitch
really,
hitting
really
y'all with the time. He always hit no switch talk.
Yeah,
As soon as
he
we
don't
talk
wanna
switch,
hear nothing.
time. Here comes Stitch.
Yeah. So that is
What's up?
that. But y'all need to play that.
You already know.
One
The
other thing.
premise behind it is every ghost that you eat, you send it to another person's world.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay.
Right?
Okay.
And it's
Exactly.
little Pac-Mans that slow you down.
Oh, okay.
Right. So it's ingenious how they took a simple formula and they keep reinvigorating it. Because
That's
remember we had that electric Pac-Man.
A Pac-Man
not too long
DX?
ago?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, man,
and
that
I
was
love
so
that
good.
game.
Man,
right?
King.
Salute.
Yeah.
Microsoft must be eating a bunch of them, sending them over to PlayStation. Like,
Yeah,
They're eating all the ghosts.
Yeah, they eating a ton of ghosts because they slowed down.
Oh
the
my
thing
God.
is,
Anyway,
PlayStation might as well come to a complete halt at this point. Like,
Jesse.
Yeah, so like King was saying, the premise of it is cool because then when your opponent's son goes to you, you have different powers that you can sort of imbue yourself with to sort of overcome what they've done to you.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, you could do things like target specific people that you know are close to dying, but I don't know how people do that because it's so frantic and looking at these small little screens. I don't know how to do it.
Because you have your main screen and then you have all the
little
other
screens
around with people that's inside. It's nuts. I never would have thought Pac-Man would have a battle royale. Crazy.
Yeah, fantastic.
So okay, I'm continue.
Yeah, that was it. That was it. Real quick. Real quick. I want to say, guys, I still have a couple of people that have not contacted me to get their goodies.
Yes.
We have
get your swag.
We got Andrew Gosson from a couple of weeks back.
Roll call.
Anybody know of Andrew Gosson? Let him know.
Anyone know of him? He's missing. His last whereabouts. Andrew Gosson.
So Andrew Gosson,
just gonna hear
$10.
Here, Andrew Dawson, please come to the front.
Come to the front.
Andrew Dawson, come to the
principal's
We gotta
office,
read your number out at the DMV, man. What's going on with you?
So then we got Smitty. I hope Smitty's in the chat or will be soon. Smitty, I owe you Teespring swag.
Book of X, where you at?
Yes.
Smitty
And Colonel Shepard's long lost brother, James Shepard.
Yes, James, cousin Shepard.
James Shepard, brother, I owe you $100. Let's go. You need to get at me. And I've tried to find you.
Who is it? I got some Shepherds in my family. We can account for him.
Shepard
this way.
Shepard's my extra account, man. Where do I contact you?
I forgot I had to get in touch with you.
Look like we got my man Kid Smooth in the round 5 super chat. About to drop my WT to 10. Oh, World Tier to 10 and just beat the game. World Tier 14 is kicking my butt. Shout out to the ILP. It's so cool to see like kid playing like looter shooters. That's what's up. I like that.
That's crazy.
I gave it a week.
I got the rest. We got Post Up, $5.
Post Up.
Showing support to the realm. Keep up the great content.
Salute, man,
Thank
brother.
you.
I see you on Twitter. You have me dying. Salute, Post Up.
Then we have Le Hellboy with the $5 super chat. R.I.P. DMX, much love.
I came in today giving him some salute. Addiction is terrible.
Yeah,
it's
very terrible.
Salute. Recipe to the dog. What else we got?
Then we have the Liz22 with the $5 super chat. With Sony focusing on AAA games, it appears Lord King's prophecy of Sony becoming a publisher is true. PlayStation Studios day and date on Game Pass.
Messy.
It has begun.
If you watch Game On Daily, you got the spiel to get ill, but I'm gonna give it to you today.
No doubt. Let's go.
Then we have Pure Skill 7 with the $10 super chat. Love King preaching truth on Game On Daily.
Oh, you must have said something
Killing
crazy.
it. Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to all the new faces.
In here. Yes. Salute.
It looks like you have a widow peak. You look like Eddie Monster.
No, I see it.
I'd be happy to be when I'll be moving around.
I'm gonna read this last Gerald Mack one. Because my camera started wilding out for whatever reason. So I'll fix
it. Looks crazy. I was looking at it. I was like,
Gerald Mack with the $5 super chat. If any one of those standing dudes from the ILP says it's so, then it's so. Thank you for my shirt, Lord Sovereign, no doubt. Thank you for being so patient. Teespring looked out because this is the first time I've ever seen any. They
Teespring is on a job, so I suggest everybody that's looking. Before I wasn't recommended, but right now it looks like Teespring is getting you your shirts and your swag.
The production pipeline is back to normal.
Real quick before we got that last one before they're coming in hot and
Mass Erect with the $2 super chat. Sony trimming the fat to be purchased. Wow.
Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You go. You back out. I'll get take your king. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox, king of the statues while you beat your chest, who demands nothing less than the premium experience. Leader of the Fraud Alert movement also. Ooh. Beloved Lord King. How you doing, sir? You threw me off.
I'm doing fantastic. We had Gerald Boots Ennis get his incredible victory last night over Lippin Sitz. The fight was incredible. 6 rounds.
Give me something to drink.
Why you gotta let us know during the combat? Why you gotta let us know that you gonna get something to drink now? You think you slick
with his camera off in the dark, naked. All right. Anyway,
Anyway.
But it was an incredible fight. Nobody is knocked out lip and zits. And Boots is out here. Boots Ennis is crazy. That's a crazy name as well. What I've been playing, I've been grinding Outriders. You guys know I could not stand the demo. It was playing tricks on my eyes with the frame rates and all this other stuff.
Especially the cinemas,
And I just thought I'm not interested, you know. And then the actual game dropped. Shout out to Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer for giving you a nice double A IP. Dudes confused what AAA and AA means, you know, nowadays. But this is a great AA IP inside Game Pass, and I've been having a great time. Also downloaded Zombie Army Trilogy.
Oh yeah, I reviewed those developers, Rebellion, I believe.
Yeah,
back in the day. Yeah.
It's lit. Day and date inside Game Pass. Another one. They're doing it in a manner that you just really can't keep up with it.
Yeah,
but
bro.
if you're a fan of that whole thing, they've always had Zombie Army Trilogy
those
inside
good.
Game Pass, and this leads to another one, and it's really done well. And you have the X and S
Next gen update.
There with the smart delivery. I got to give a shout out to Jason Ronalds and the team. Velocity Architecture. These dudes are hitting it out the park, and it feels like you're getting sprinkles and nuts and stuff on your ice cream without asking for it.
Facts.
Like, you know, like you went to the ice cream truck and you was like, "Can I get a soft serve, please, sir?"
Like I did it.
Please, sir, thank you. He gave him your $1, and then he gave it back with all these nuts and sprinkles on it. He was like, "Oh my god, for real?"
I can't with that.
Then you're allergic to it, so it's not
well,
the same.
You know what? Stop. How about stop?
How about stop?
Until you wake up with your cameras, we don't want.
He don't get the time. We
we don't want doom and gloom.
He's back. He's back.
Oh yeah,
He's back. There we go. There's the wolf.
Now I can say, "Oh, the slander I want."
Yes, sir.
Now
yes,
you can invoke time when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I was playing Naruto Boy.
Yes.
These games inside Game Pass get a chance to live.
Yes.
I love what I'm seeing because I see a lot of people trying new stuff. I look at my friends list and I see a lot of new interactions. So it's great.
No doubt. Some super chats came in. I can grab them if you want.
Did you miss the one after Mass Effect?
Yeah, we didn't get him. So it's
okay,
Best
Michael.
Yeah.
Okay,
you good? Okay, you good.
Michael, aka Best Eyes Finest, $5 super chat. Well. I guess the dust is settled, and yes, PlayStation 5's dead.
Oh,
it's
my
done.
Lord.
It's over, son.
Stop
Word to Bed-Stuy. God bless you. That's
Word to
God.
Bed-Stuy.
It's like every quotable phrase.
Every quotable this man threw down on the premature grave of Sony. Oh my
Then we have Brett Bingham with the $5 super chat. I hope those Xbox mini fridges come out before Jim Ryan runs Sony into the ground.
So we can stick the PlayStation inside the mini fridge.
But
the sad part is it's probably bigger than the mini fridge.
Continue, so.
Then we have Gerald Mack with the $5 super chat. Quote of the week, I guess is the way he wanted to put it. The TCL is the preferred TV for the PlayStation player. The classic.
Yeah, we're gonna get a cease and desist. Continue.
Oh my goodness.
I said that on Boom.
Is that real? Somebody wrote that? Wow.
Yeah, I said that on Boom.
Then we have Cedric H, $10 super chat. Xbox coming like Frank White with the Game Pass deals. If there's a Nickelback
sold in the park, I want in. King of New York. Classic movie. I like that, Cedric. I like that.
Then we have Dan Lazaro, $2 super chat. Xbox is gonna hire Sean Layden Watts. Yo,
I'm done. That would be messy.
Oh, you know
That'd
what?
Be messy.
I think they have a non-compete with him. I honestly believe the way they hit him off. If they didn't hide the body, God forbid. But
He's
I
alive.
think he has a non-compete for at least 3 to 4 years. That's why we haven't seen him. Because what Nintendo did with Reggie Fils-Aimé and Reggie Fils-Aimé, I think Reggie's the illest dude in the world. But I think Reggie didn't have that, and when Reggie just stepped over with the GameStop, it's like, no, get him back.
So
yeah. And we have Max the Lazy Otaku, $5 super chat. Hey, Sony fans, remember the Xbox One era and all the slandering? Yeah, I want y'all to keep that same energy because PlayStation 3 Part 2 looking spicy right now.
Yeah, fanboy payback mode.
You know what's sad, Cog? Is like tries to be such in the middle, and he's just like, today they're just going to get the slander. Like, there's nothing to really say.
Kage is in the middle because he tries to move this around.
I'm trying to move on.
But the fact that he looks like the facilitator of it.
The only moving around I want done is TNT on the PlayStation stage.
You're ridiculous.
Then we have a Flame $2 super chat. King, they do endorse them Avengers adverts on TCL.
Yeah, they do. That's kind of crazy.
We are not going to be doing anything Avengers like in this podcast. Okay.
All right, one more. We got to get going. We got Stitch with the $5 super chat. Christopher Hart 70 Metascore, also $70 on the PlayStation Store.
Ridiculous. Wow. Anyway, so that's been it, King. Has that been your joint?
Yes. It's just been a wonderful week. Wonderful week.
Oh, I'm sure it's been a wonderful week.
I bet it has. We get
I have 3 exotics in all 3 ammo slots. That's something that Destiny doesn't allow you to do. So I feel all crazy with the willy-nilly-ness that I'm able to throw 3 exotics on. And I see why Destiny don't allow you to do it.
Yeah, it's the quality of life, and they let you really go crazy in the PvE and the builds.
I want the clothes, though. I want to put 3 exotics on my clothes. 4 exotics. So I want to get to that part, but I'm really liking that. I haven't picked up Destiny much this week. They had did something wrong to me, and I just was like, you know what? I'm going to go over here to mess with this girl and see what she's doing. She eating good food. She got some drinks, some mimosas and stuff like that. So I like mimosas. Hey,
well, I mean, when it came to it, like, in case you guys remember, I've slandered all these Destiny wannabes, and like Outright is the only one I ain't slandered.
Yeah, that's true.
This is true.
That is true. That is true.
So it's like if you get addict seal of approval, you get success in this row.
Feeling it. Time.
I slandered the Division.
Oh, here, give it.
Where's the Division? I slandered Anthem. What's Anthem?
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. So far, Outriders has survived, and of course, we got to move on. We got super chat.
500. Let's get
one more.
those
Get
likes
it, please.
up.
We got to get moving though.
Share it out to a friend. Let a friend share in your joy.
We have AKW with the £5 super chat. Good day, Lord. Just wanted to keep up the great work and want to say hi to my son, Addict, and my grandson.
His son, Addict.
It was that family tree thing they were doing.
Oh, the family tree Twitter thing. Oh, okay. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
I forgot about that.
No doubt. And of course.
Miles was like, what, my son? Like, I don't know what was
I just
going
get
on.
tagged in this creepy family tree.
Yeah, family.
I gotta look at this.
Who's my dad?
And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Yo, shout out to everybody this week. Double feature. A little bit tired, but look, man, we got Miles in the building. I'm perked up. We're excited. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, for me, shout out to the last word with Ebontis. Kind of a one-on-one flashback feel. I was teased him as the Outriders ambassador, as if he knows everything in the boardrooms. So check that out. It was kind of fun. We had a lot of fun with that episode. Shout out to Rand Outdoor, Addict as well, and my cousin Mark Smooth getting he got his Series X finally. We finally got him in the Outriders, so he's just messing around and sadly made me bend the knee to the Xbox expansion drive that I said I throw the fraud alert on me. Throw the fraud alert on me. Because I said I would not do it. I had a 3 terabyte mule. I was convinced I would live this life for the whole gen. And shout out to Mark Smooth because he's Captain Sports. That's my sports guy.
This is the diversion. He's trying to put the blame on.
Yeah, I got to put the blame on. I'm the host. I can control the narrative. So like I was saying,
leading the witness.
Exactly. So NBA 2K next gen, like 100K plus. Gears,
that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Madden like 67. All the games he like is like 100 plus. So I'm like,
2K's actually it's like 80 gigs. I don't think it's over 100.
So I had to do it, and then man. I also got a chance to sneak in some Outer Worlds, Murder on Eridanus DLC. Having a real good time with that, man. So it's been a lot of fun. So anyway, I want to get into that special time of the month that we always do right quick. And look, right on time. Look who joined. But yeah, man, look, it's that time of the month, y'all. You already know what it is. That lordsofgaming.net. Look, man, we had a blessed month. Some tremendous scribes in the realm. Want to shout out the entire team. It has always been extreme competition. These guys put out great opinion pieces, and I gotta salute the team. So everyone, salute to you guys. But of course, it's that time where we celebrate one particular scribe who went above and beyond in the month of March, and he truly had an exceptional month, man. Great stuff with the community, a lot of one-on-one interviews, a lot of great opinion pieces. So for the month of March, we proudly present the latest winner of the Lord Dizzy Lognet Scribe of the Month, OKC's own Logan Meyer. How are we doing, sir?
Doing great. How are you, man?
Doing good, man. First of all, congratulations, man. You have been killing it. Love what you're bringing to lordsofgaming.net, man. And what you got to say to the people? Speech!
Well, first off, I'd like to thank the Academy for my new award. But no, for real, just thank you to all the editors and the staff who have done such a fantastic job making my work look good.
He on a funny mic. It's funny, but I'll let you ride.
Oh yeah, he sounds like God, right?
Yeah,
he's doing double duty like he does on Lognet.
Yeah, he's doing double work, man. The man's working hard.
You know what? I just found out, Logan, you have a clone. And it's two of you, and I think that this was earned fraudulently because you're working
stop.
with two hands.
Listen, man. Even if that's the secret to his success, having a clone,
I need a cloning device, Logan. Talk to me later.
Nah, you've been good, brother. But again, salute to the hard work, man. We really appreciate you. And we got more stuff cooking with lordsofgaming.net, sir, right? And
yeah. Sorry, my mic is being...
It's fine, Logan. It sounds like God. Let's go.
Hype it up. Let's go.
You're good. You're good, brother. You're good, brother.
Hear me.
You can't be doing that. We gotta let you go now.
I like that.
No, but salute to you, brother. And like I said, I appreciate it. Please reach out to Solve as soon as you go. And
oh no, that's taken care of.
Oh, my man is good. My man is good. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
we get the reward stuff. But thank you for showing up and accepting your award, brother. Keep up the great work. Great addition to the team. Thank you, sir.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good one, brother. All right. So now that we got the business taken care of, yeah, we got to focus on this guest that we have. This cool guest. Lord Miles, man. His video game system history, what led him to WindowsCentral.com and all that good stuff. And so, Lord Miles, man, let's start from the very beginning. Like, what were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
It all started about 35 years ago. My very first system that I ever played and the very first game that I ever played was A Link to the Past on Super Nintendo. So my introduction to video games was kind of like the best case scenario at the time. Okay. One of the first games I ever played just happens to be one of the best games ever made. And I immediately fell in love with Zelda and video games at that point. And then from there, convinced my parents to get me a Super Nintendo. Played some less great games like Lawnmower Man. Have you ever played that on the Super Nintendo?
Wow.
Shout out to the OGs who played that.
Shout out to that, no doubt.
And then from there, I've kind of been all over the place. Like, obviously now I work for Windows Central, but at one point in my life, I've kind of been brand loyal to someone. So it started with Nintendo, Super Nintendo, absolutely loved. Nintendo 64, kind of indifferent on.
Okay.
PS1, that's when I transitioned to PlayStation. Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
PlayStation 1 had some slaps. So I spent a lot of time with PlayStation 1. Then the OG Xbox dropped. And I was like, oh, what? Halo?
Okay.
Fell in love with Halo. Halo blew my mind. I was part of the...
for you, though.
The Duke?
Duke.
Yeah.
With my little baby hands that they were a monster.
You was like,
Yes. I feel that console was 100% macho. It was a little much. I didn't understand at the time, but that was the ultimate bro box for sure. And I understand where all the memes came from. But from that point on, 360 absolutely loved. But I've always had everything. Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. Pretty much every generation.
Wow.
That I actually had my own money.
As
a kid, at the will of my parents, you
were flexing millions, sir. Everything was owned, man. I was owned.
That's right.
But any handhelds? Did you do any handhelds?
Ooh, yeah. Game Boy Advance. Shout out to all the Castlevanias on there.
Yes.
Slap after slap.
Yes.
Handheld was big. I was really into DS. Pokemon. One of my personal favorite franchises of all time.
Nice.
I was of that era, of that generation, on the playground, battling, trading.
Attic, I need a cosign, Attic. Put him through the ringer, quiz him.
Oh, no, I co-sign. I don't co-sign Jez for not giving me that rematch.
Question: did you get caught up in the whole Pokemon Go craze?
Yeah, I did. When Pokemon Go that summer,
yeah,
one of the greatest summers of all. Just seeing hundreds of people, like no joke, in my local park, just with their phones out, like looking for Pokemon, was one of the wildest things I'd ever seen, and it kind of like shows the power of Pokemon as a brand, because you got grandmas, you got aunts, uncles, like anyone with a phone was out in the park catching Pokemon, and it was wild.
It just confirmed one thing. What? Like we go about war completely different than we should. Start dropping androids over there, man. in Pokemon Go, everyone's gonna be trying to catch that Charmander and
not worrying about
fighting each other.
My Pokemon love started with Coliseum. I think that was on the Nintendo 64. And I went to my boy Jose's house, and he had his nephew there, and his nephew thought he was nice in the game, and I picked it up off the vert. And me being dangerous as I am, I decided to beat the brakes off the young boy, and I said I really like Pokemon.
that was probably Stadium. It wasn't Coliseum.
I don't know. At Stadium, I guess so. Whatever. The one that was on the Nintendo 64, and you come out in this arena type of
it's
environment.
Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Coliseum wasn't until GameCube.
Oh, okay.
And you were still in Pokemon in that. So.
Now I want to back you up a little bit, Miles, because I noticed you said that, like I said, the Nintendo love and obviously the PlayStation 1 love that I like. I want to ask you about those two amazing portraits in the back there. So tell us about this Mega Man love, man. What's up with that?
Capcom holds a special place in my heart. Like Capcom for a long time, they were my publisher. Everything they put out was just gold. Nice. Mega Man X, perfection. One of the greatest action platformers ever made, hands down. A criminally kind of underdeveloped franchise. It was one of those ones where Capcom was milking it every year. They were pumping out like one Mega Man every single year for like 12 years, and it eventually kind of killed the brand. But yeah, I got Mega Man and Zero behind me here. Nice. Shout out to Zero, just legend. I'm still waiting for that Mega Man X kind of reboot, bring it back. We saw Mega Man 11. We saw some attempts at reboots that have been fine, but where's the X love?
Where's the X love? Okay, I got you. Solved that we approve.
Yeah, we definitely do. Mega Man X for me, I enjoyed Mega Man on the NES, but it was tough. I was never the greatest at platformers. And when I got Mega Man X for the SNES, that it was still difficult, but there was a kind of evolution of what the platformer could be. And X was that. X allowed somebody who wasn't as good at hardcore platforming to still enjoy that series. So yeah, they definitely.
No doubt. Shout out to DJ Hero getting that ILP drip. I see you. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, man. So I get, and then I want to fast forward again to you said PlayStation 1, the first entry Sony into the business as far as that console. Like you said, they had some joints that slap. Give me some more PS1 great system bangers.
PS1
from Final Fantasy after all that capping on that status you did yesterday.
Yeah, let me no Final Fantasy 8, no Final Fantasy Tactics in the top 4. What is that?
Get him. What is that? There's only 4 polls.
Tactics deserves top 4.
Tactics
deserves top 4.
And I agree with you. It's like I told you, I love Final Fantasy 8. I literally just beat it again. But I'm not going to put 8 in there for 4 people to vote
But they mad at you, Addict. They say that you shouldn't have put 15 nowhere in the list.
Yeah, and ACG
you put 15 in there?
Yeah, they livid with him.
15 is the last recent one. There's probably a good amount of people that's only played 15.
Fraud alert.
Well, you trying to...
Wow, dude.
This can't be the reason why you put that there.
It is, because there's a lot of people that's only played 15.
Shout out to Macho agrees with you. He said, Attic, you did the right thing. He co-signed. Lords of Gamer down there co-signed it. Hector in the building.
You want me to just list nothing but stuff that came out in the 90s? Okay.
It's better. That's
Okay,
why.
yeah, that's the
Anyway,
pinnacle.
back to Miles. Back to Miles. Continue, sir.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics 7 and 8 were huge for me. What I loved about PlayStation 1 was how weird it was.
Yes.
PlayStation wasn't afraid to put out just the most obscure, random nonsense, and it was amazing. Ape Escape, Medieval.
Oh, King is in. King is in
Medieval?
with you.
Love.
Remember what he's saying right now when we get into the first topic.
I love Ape Escape. Yes. I love the thought of it. I love the fact that, first of all, I love monkeys, right? So let's just be real about that part. Anything that you can get monkeys in a diaper with a little whatchamacallit fraud lights on their head, like little monkeys with fraud lights on. Whoever sanctioned that right there had me from the word go.
And the
funny thing is, like, you got to remember, this is the game they used to sell you on dual analogs. Analogs, period. Like, they use this, and back then, think about beautiful. If this was an idea coming out today, no way in hell that game.
No, that definitely got greenlit.
Never.
Remember Jumping Flash?
Jumping Flash.
Continue. I'm sorry. We all in Miles' segment. We gotta let him talk about his experience. Sorry, Miles.
Bangers, though. He's giving bangers. I
know it's that PS1 hit hard. Twisted Metal. Again, like, there was just so many games that on PS1 that I absolutely loved and just really connected with. And I've always gravitated to whoever was doing the most innovative, weird things at the time. Like, we look at the original Xbox. And, Halo is obviously the big association there. But we had Voodoo Vince. We had all these super weird games that Xbox was signing off on and paying millions of dollars to put out Voodoo Vince. And stuff like that is why I love gaming. But
I think that's the reason that, like, because a lot of people have, like, I came over because of Xbox, because of Halo or Gears. Like, I guess that's, like, what makes me different on Xbox, because I liked Halo, but I bought an Xbox to play Fable. So and Halo was always something I played with other people at other people's houses. But I didn't own a copy of Halo till Halo 2.
I feel you. And it's a good point, though, like to what Saul was alluding to what we will eventually get to with the first topic. It's interesting, these titles that, lure you in, so to speak, right? As opposed to just the main blockbusters. But yeah, man.
Because I bought Fable 1 with the original Xbox, and I remember I got one of the main reasons I wanted to get a 360 was because of Fable 2.
Facts.
And it was like an absurd amount of time between Fable 1 and 2.
Yeah, there was a guy for sure. Let me just get somebody cop some drip. Shout out to Regulator, get that classic tea. Throw the drip up. I see you. Anyway, moving back on. So yeah, man. So again, you move all the way through that.
People gonna buy more stuff just to see that energy from you.
I like it when they cop something. I like that little sound. It gets me excited. Anyway, so okay, got that for the PS1 era, and then so again, just because I know you said you had the Xbox, and then obviously the Halo and all that stuff, but like the Xbox wasn't really popular at that time. PlayStation was dominant. So give me more of the allure to why Xbox even attracted you.
Yeah, a lot of it was the social element for me, because even as a kid, like my mom, my dad, my sister and brother, we'd all play like Crash Bandicoot, Donkey Kong Country. We love Donkey Kong Country, and we'd play that stuff together. So for me, it was all about playing with other people. I know everyone has different tastes, but for me, it's social. And so Xbox for me at that time was the social box.
Bro.
You had the LAN parties, dude. You get 16 stinky kids in a basement playing Halo. Damn, that's what it's about. But
you preach it. I think you literally explained my love of the ecosystem. And I think that's what it is, because if you're a person who loves cooperative gaming and just, again, Xbox Live with the communication part, and just even before Xbox Live, like you said, with the OG, the LAN parties and stuff like that. That cooperative stuff. Yeah, okay.
What was that inside the box? Did we? Okay. I forgot how we got to that point, where we had 4 TVs and 4 Xboxes.
Listen, I remember these little moments, right? We hadn't played Halo multiplayer till everyone came over to my house.
Yes.
And if you remember, Lord Howe broke the controller and all that stuff. Remember that? Yes. So we did that on one screen. Right, we played multiplayer, split screen, four-way split screen, and we were like, this is too amazing.
Right,
and we already knew about the alternative. We just didn't have the means. From that moment on, it was a joint effort to get the money together to get the multiple TVs.
Shout out to Nobody Beats the Wiz.
Exactly.
No, it wasn't Nobody Beats the Wiz. It was Crazy Sounds.
Crazy Sounds. Yeah,
Crazy
TVs,
Sounds.
yeah.
And then
or little mom and pop shops. You got your TVs and your Cat 5 cables and your network.
Exactly.
Lexus routers.
The Wiz prices was too high
too
for
high.
us, and we were trying to get some TCL love on.
Yeah, we needed $99 TV.
Yes, remember that big back?
the big back TV. And then what we did, do you remember that we made the mistake? We bought the wrong type of router.
Yes.
And we the first day we're all excited. Everybody's connecting. We're like, it's not working. What's going on?
Yo, it's true.
I didn't know if it came in the manual and told us what we were doing, because it just seems like everybody now from looking back, the world was doing this. We thought we were unique. We were not unique. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. And the fact that Miles is alluding to that he had another 15 sweaty friends with him, playing these games.
I did too.
He had sweaty friends too.
Mentally. Doing all this stuff, and we were sweaty as hell.
There was some smells in that room.
Yeah.
If you're in Halo and you're not sweady, there's a problem.
There's a problem.
I had like the bum friends that didn't know how to play Halo, so they were a breeze. I could just beat them with one hand, just sitting there eating with an egg.
I remember it was so funny because the way we had the LAN set up, right? Sometimes depending on the amount of people that we had people would actually, so you wouldn't screen watch or anything like that. We had one dude in a closet that was
shout out to Sinister. We had that little tight closet that we threw him in.
We threw him in with a TV by himself, and that wasn't good for us. That was not good for us.
No, you make a good point about that. So again, that cooperative, that energy, like that was part of it.
Yeah, that was a huge part of what kind of pulled me into Xbox. And again, weird stuff. Kung Fu Chaos, Hunter the Reckoning. That Hunter the Reckoning, oddly, was like the reason I bought an Xbox. Played that at a friend's house, and I was like, this is insane. This is next gen gaming. Like, that game blew my mind back in the day. And I was like, and then I realized that Halo was part of the package too. And Phantom Dust, shout out to that game that like 50 people have played, but is it was the most advanced online multiplayer game of its time. It was like tail end of the Xbox generation. Nobody played it. I think it sold like, I'm not even exaggerating when I say it sold like maybe 50,000 copies. Wow. Like it was a dud in terms of sales, but
I do
feel brought it back.
I do feel like
shout out to Phil, the legend, keeping Phantom Dust alive.
I do feel like people don't give Xbox enough credit for how they jump started the online infrastructure when it comes to gaming. And I think that people need to give them a little bit more credit for that, because arguably that was one of the biggest moves that was made in gaming. We probably would have got to where we are if they didn't show up, but it'd probably be like 10 years later.
They advanced it. I agree.
Sega went in first with the Dreamcast, but
they helped Sega with the whole Windows for the box, but at the same time, people don't realize online gaming has been there. It was the people that was in charge of Microsoft realized, how can we get them into a recurring revenue stream?
That is true.
And that's where Xbox Live was born. They were making money through Xbox Live because of that. And it was that subscription service has always been a thing with them. Like as far as their PCs go, and making sure that their Windows stuff was on every PC. They just want you inside pocket where they're getting money from you every month. That was the thing. So
no, I agree. It was, again, tremendous time, and I think Attic King, you guys said it best. I mean, obviously there were other players who were in the online space before Xbox, but like you said, it was one of those things that Xbox refined the experience. Then you had friends lists and all this other stuff, and then that evolution. So they clearly advanced it in such a way that I feel it was just really streamlined and just made it more easier and accessible. And like King said, on the business side, found a way to monetize it that we all say, hey, because we never experienced anything like this before.
The big thing was forcing high-speed internet.
Forcing. Good point, Solve. No more to dial up and people on the phone line. You're like, Ma, get off the phone.
Because that interrupted fun.
Yes.
If anybody had an X-band or those older systems that worked on dial-up that allowed every inclusion, sometimes you have to have a cutoff. You understand, and you have to push the genre forward.
Yes.
And in doing so, you might hurt some other people, but also it's for their benefit, and they won't know this benefit until at the end game.
Right.
But it was a huge benefit for me to play online with my friends. Halo uninterrupted.
Yes.
People getting on the phone and having conversations, and I'm still going on, lag free with no problem. It was great.
Shout out to bandwidth, no doubt.
Yeah.
So, my last question on gaming before we move on is, I want to talk about like the offshoots. I know you said you have pretty much everything, but during the 32-bit era, baby, did you mess around with 3DO? During the 16-bit era, did you mess around with TurboGrafx 16? Were there any offshoots that kind of slipped in the house of the Miles household?
Not until much later. Like, I had a phase where I was pretty big into collecting kind of obscure systems, so I ended up picking up a TurboGrafx way after the fact.
Ooh.
But in the era, it was pretty much mainstream for me. I had a Sega Genesis, I had a Super Nintendo, but I didn't really have any of the
Question: that TurboGrafx 16. What was the first game? Well, did you pick up the original or the mini? Because I just reordered the mini right now. You picked up the mini?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I just picked up my mini is on the way. All right. So okay. All right. What was your first game that you decided that you wanted to play besides the Castlevania? You probably went straight to the Castlevania.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But okay, now that you got the big blockbuster out the way, what captured you? Because it's a great console. That one is Konami did a hell of a job on that. Konami did that one.
Yeah, Konami did an amazing job with Castlevania. My TurboGrafx 16 is unopened actually.
Ooh.
My mini. I just got a sealed one chilling because it's again like for me that was just a collector's item. I played most of the stuff I wanted to play via emulators a while ago, so that's just a little sealed. Like I have a few little babies. That's one of them. I have a sealed the Sea of Thieves collector's edition controller. I checked the value of that the other day randomly, and people are selling it on eBay for like $2,000.
Wow.
Sealed Sea of Thieves controller, $2,000.
I had a question real quick.
Yeah, you know what's sad? Like, I never really had the kind of attachment that people have with Castlevania. Like, I remember playing it on the N64 and just getting frustrated, like, the whole time. Like, I don't know, maybe it was because, like, I wasn't grabbing the concept of Castlevania back then. Like, the best memory I have of Castlevania is, like, Curse of Darkness with the Innocent Devils. Like, and no one likes that game. Most people haven't heard of that game.
That was hot trash.
That was the turning point for
that was the turning point. Damn.
When they went to 64, they were all hot trash.
You know what it probably was? It was the grinding in it. Like that's probably like one of the first games that like I could remember back where like I wanted like to grind for something, like because to get those Innocent Devils the way you wanted them, you had to grind.
It sounded trash. It sounded devil soundtrack. Yeah. Like the greatest Castlevania for me was Super Castlevania.
Well, you liked the power when you used to rope and everything, the whip, and you manipulated.
When you hold the A button, the rope was dangling, and you could do
and you could manipulate. Yes.
But the first room you went in, and mode 7 was
kicked in, and you rotated the room. You know that right in front.
This is power.
What's funny is like that Castlevania
Genesis is in trouble.
That Castlevania Curse of Darkness, like, because Trevor Belmore is in it, and I remember.
Yeah, that's it right there. You said Belmore.
Belmont, sir.
We ain't gonna front alert.
Do I want you to start pronouncing Final
Fantasy?
No,
all right. Addict, in King's defense, you be on my head if I get any one of your wrong anime guys wrong.
No. I don't try to sit there and make quotes.
Addict. I thought you was right. I thought you said the name right. I just thought it was such a bootleg Castlevania game that they didn't have a Belmont, and they had a dude that was
Belfort.
Vito Belfort. You want? It's fine. I'm okay with it. Let me finish my story.
Finish your story.
The truth, though. My bad.
Speak your truth, Addict.
Like, because towards like that game, there, because the main character, you're pretty much like a general that went good from Dracula, they're there at the end, like you were friends with this man, like the whole game. Well, not friends, but you kind of coexisted with him. And at the end, he's like, I'm done. I have a feeling you're gonna do some dumb stuff, and then you have to fight him. And I remember thinking, I'm fighting this dude, and he destroys me. You know how like when you play a video game and you get beat really bad, you was like, that has to be how the game was supposed to be handled,
right?
And then that game over, the game over screen came up, and I was like,
yeah, you got to beat him. You go ahead and put this work in. Salute.
Dude, he was throwing some crosses and stuff up, man. Like it was crazy. Like I think that's where like the boss mentality of me came
into. Yeah, that's why you like the boss.
He really destroyed me. It was that bad. Like I remember fighting this dude and just getting annihilated. And then I remember thinking, man, that had to have happened.
That's part of the story.
It was so one-sided. It was so one-sided. I'm expecting a cutscene.
Oh my
god! Give me the game.
Like no,
no, you're not giving us up.
I love the fact that don't worry, no one is upset that you gave the ending away because no one is remaking that.
The game did come
Why
out like
trashing that out?
Yo, I don't think I've ever heard of this game.
Anyway, back on focus. Time to the guest who we are celebrating his gaming history. Miles with the
Metacritic score.
Too hot.
Anyway, Castlevania, you said a lot of stuff you kept in the wrapper. A lot of it was more of a collection thing. But you said through emulators. I just wanted to get what you played through emulator. I didn't get that off.
Whew, yeah, I had a big emulate because basically a lot of that retro stuff was really hard to get. So early 2000s, that's how I would go back and play like Knights of the Round Table on Super Nintendo and all these like obscure games that released in Europe that we never got in the US.
Gotcha.
Trials of Mana on Super Nintendo never came to America until super recently, but I remember downloading that, going through all this nonsense to get a just terrible fan translation of it that was like straight up missing text. You would go to a cutscene, it would just be empty blocks, like
yo,
all right, cool. It's the only way to play it. Yeah, so as I got older, I like became more aware of the stuff that I'd missed as a kid and was looking it out. Like the Mana series for me, like huge. Like I'm stoked that that's kind of having a little bit of a resurgence, and we have the official American port of that now. But yeah, a lot of that stuff was Japan only, and you had to deal with those terrible fan translations.
Yeah,
which
thankfully we had King
shout out to the people who did that because
who spoke Japanese.
Thankfully we had King who was fluent in Japanese at the time. He made his parents believe all of that.
Okay. First of all, don't listen to them.
How was he fluent at the time?
At the time, for a limited window, he was fluent in Japanese.
I was fluent in learning trial and error, and knowing, like Attic said, he'd get obliterated by somebody. I'm like, I should be able to do something to stop this. Learning how to heal and stuff like that. So yeah, I would buy. See, when you said what Capcom game you said that you played? There's the side scroller game that you brought up for the Super Nintendo emulator. Well, Knights of the Knights of
the Round.
I had that from the Famicom version.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I had the little oval shaped Famicom. So when you're talking those games, I was playing those games, paying the $100 and some odd for a cartridge to play these games, and I saw them in the arcade. So now to get them on emulation, is because I have a great emulation machine on the side over here. It's a good feeling that you get a chance to play these old relics that was obscure, like you said, overseas, and going through these translations that you were doing just to have fun with these games. So that's a good thing. I don't want to ask you which emulator you were using, but
that's soft territory.
That's soft.
I gotta be me.
The statutes and limitations are up, but
you don't want the feds coming.
I will neither confirm or deny that I am bulking up my PSP collection right now, and I won't confirm or deny how I'm doing that.
I have all of them. Anyways,
moving on. Look, tremendous game history. We can still talk for hours. We're talking more about our history than Miles, but at the end of the day, we got to move on a bit. But I want to get into your personal journey as far as just breaking into journalism and the industry. And correct me if I'm wrong, we kind of did a web comic at one point.
Doing some research, doing some digging. Yeah, that's kind of my that was where it started for me in terms of getting into the industry, quote unquote. I used to run like an Xbox centric web comic. It was like every Monday we put out a new web comic. Just terrible, dumb, insidery gamer jokes. Think of like Penny Arcade. Something
Okay, I was about to ask you.
More Penny Arcade meets like Tim and Eric, a little more off the wall, a little more if you will. Whatever that meant to us at the time. So it started there, and then we started branching out and just covering stuff, covering news, doing reviews. So it was called What's Your Tag, with like, which was a throwback to this terrible like comic we did that was like going to a bar as a gamer and trying to pick up a chick.
Yo, what's up, boo? What's your tag, girl?
Yeah, that's it.
I see the vision. Okay, continue.
So yeah, that was the origin of that. Started branching out. We did coverage, we did news, started going to like indie expo, like Indiecade, stuff like that.
Dope.
Yeah.
And then I remember like the very first like big like review that I got where I was like, yeah, I made it. We're in.
Which game?
Capcom hooked me up with a review copy of Dragon's Dogma for 360.
Wow.
And I was like, what? Because again, for me, Capcom's huge.
I was gonna ask you that. That was gonna be my next question. What was that like, getting the confirmation and getting the email with the code from Capcom, growing up a Capcom fan?
Yes, good
like
point, King. Good
the
point.
level of the goosebumps. I mean, I know you saw the title of the email and you like to click on it, like
yeah, it's surreal because you know I was sending out emails, I was reaching out to a ton of publishers, and we had a little following, but nothing too crazy at that time. So realistically, I didn't expect anything. I sent the email out just in case, whatever, and then I get the reply, and they're like, "Yeah, all right, cool. What's your address? We'll send you a copy." I was like, "What? What?
Boy,
Capcom's hooking it up."
Let's
so
go.
that was super incredible for me as a big Capcom fan, as someone just kind of like. I was working a full-time job. Like I was working 50 hours a week, and this was just like kind of a side thing for me. So that was huge. And then did that for a few years, and then wound it down. I ended up getting a big boy business job. So I was working as like basically a supervisor for Southern California for this liquor distribution company. Very boring stuff.
That's random. That's different.
This is true. I like it.
Yeah.
It paid well.
Paid the bills.
It paid very well.
Yeah, see, this is why I say that. I was like, you went from this spot, but I want to know how you're going to get back to here.
Yeah,
so
continue.
let's go.
So I was doing the What's Your Tag thing for a while, just grinding years and years. I think I was doing that for about 4 to 5 years as like a side thing. We got a couple million page views on the website, and that was like the main focus for us. So
couple million is a humble flex.
Yeah, so it's it wasn't groundbreaking. It wasn't like we weren't this huge name, but it was like still we had this little community, we had this little bubble. And then I got burnt out. Like I was working full time doing that, just really got burnt out. Decided to focus on the job and getting paid and all that. So there was like a 2-year period where I wasn't really that involved. Like once What's Your Tag dissolved, I did that. I climbed the corporate ladder, if you will. Got to a position where I was like, all right, well, I'm making money now, but like this isn't what I want.
This is what you want to do.
I'm
It's
not
not what your heart's at.
I'm not feeling good. So I started reaching out and like I have a background in audio production. I have a background in video production. So I just started reaching out to people. I would see postings, started applying. WindowsCentral was hiring, or the parent company of WindowsCentral, Future, was hiring like a Pokemon writer, oddly enough. And I was like, I love Pokemon. I'm trying to dip my toes back into the game. Like,
I'm qualified. My job description matches.
Shot over the resume.
I found out the hard way that you could love Pokemon, but writing about Pokemon is a whole other ballgame.
Yes, our editors are blessed about you. Yes,
it's a different beast. Yeah. So. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, the competitive scene of Pokemon's like on another level. Like, I literally was legit researching. Like,
yeah, it's competitive. I have some friends who are in that scene, going to the tournaments, and they're like grinding eggs in Pokemon for like 50 hours a week, and then that's
crazy.
Like, I love Pokemon, but I don't love that. Like,
fair enough. So you saw the opportunity. Did you put that resume in?
Yeah. So I turned the resume in, and then I'd followed Jez on Twitter for a while. Talked to Jez. Jez saw the resume and it's like, oh, this dude's got some video production experience. I'm looking for some stuff. So he reached out to me. and was like, would you be comfortable like dabbling with some social video for Windows Central Gaming? So that's kind of where it started. I was doing social video for them, just like little memes and little graphics.
Yeah.
Did like a little evolution of the Xbox controller that you see like shifting and transitioning. So stuff like that.
Oh, that was
nice.
And then basically from there, just kind of got more involved with the company, with the team, and then, you know, was having conversations with Jez about like, what are we going to do with Windows Central's like gaming channel? Because it was a channel.
Yes.
But when I started, there was like 20, I think we had like 2,500 subs, something like that. It was just, there were not a lot of consistent videos. And so for me, that's been my main project, is spearheading that, taking that little baby and making it my own. Nice. So that's been really cool. And probably since about May of last year, we've more seriously focused on the YouTube channel and that. So that's been my kind of segue into there. So it was, like I said, I was doing the corporate job, making decent money, and again, just wasn't super happy doing that. It wasn't what I wanted to do long term, despite the fact that it paid the bills. So, you know, I took a big old pay cut and started doing something I was more passionate about.
That's real, man. I got to salute you because, again, you know, we've had people in the realm, we listen to the story, and some things that are consistent, especially with your story, is the fact that, you know, at the end of the day, you've gone the corporate route and you were making decent money. You know, you could have been satisfied, but that was still that thing nagging at you that said, look, I still am not all the way satisfied. My passion is still here. So you took the time off, you come back. And a testament to you, because I remember the early Windows Central YouTube channel, and, you know, just to see what you guys are doing and to see how much of an influence and how you put your mark on it is really tremendous, because that thing is really grown, and your personality has shined, and, you know, you're coming out through very expressive and very fun, and I love the chemistry. Obviously, I think Jazz was co-hosted with you at one point and stuff like that, and just seeing that journey. And shout out to that ASMR. I was on the floor with that right there. The gamer ASMR. If y'all didn't watch this, y'all gotta watch. It is absolutely. He got Mountain Dew, he got chips, and he's doing ASMRs with it. He out of bounds with this thing, but it's hilarious, and you get to see the personality shine through. I got some more questions. Before we do that, we got a couple super chats. I want to get them. I don't want to lose that. And then we got a couple more questions on the Windows Central and the podcast and stuff I want to ask him.
Let me see.
Yeah, we got a time. We got a time.
We got Bay Area with the $5 super chat. What's up, panel?
Let's go.
Hey, King, did you see Crysis running at 20 frames per second on the PlayStation 5? That game ran better on the 360. Yeah,
that's a huge problem, and that's a coding problem. It's not a PlayStation 5 problem. The console is more than capable, but what they're doing is they're running it on older, like I think it's like PlayStation 3 and 360 code.
Right.
And we know that the PlayStation 5 is not a great back compact machine, so that's where the language is having a problem. So I saw it, and I give them a pass on that. But I think if the game was coded for the PlayStation 5, it would run phenomenal. You know, I'm not gonna beat them in the head like that. They don't get no wins nowadays.
Very kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah, let's be nice to them.
Thank
let's
you
be
for the
nice,
mercy.
because I'm about to tear them up.
Then we got H-Dog Gaming with the $5 super chat. What's good, ILP? Watch our boys come up over the years. Success is well deserved.
Thank you. Much love, brother.
Then we got Gamers Play HUD X0 with the $5 super chat. Mega Man had the element of strategy when you choose what boss stage you choose.
Yes.
It was an adrenaline platformer. Dying wasn't an option. Mega Man, I don't know. Okay, it wasn't an option, but it was a big option for me. I died a lot.
You know what's funny? I had a friend. He was obsessed with the Mega Man games. So it made me hate the Mega Man. I play them like 24/7. Like we cause he was like that homie that like you chill with all the time. We'll go back to the crib, and we'll be sitting there eating, and he'd be like, "I'm gonna play Mega Man." I was like, "Man, you just beat that like 8 times yesterday."
That was Kaibatsu.
Kaibatsu.
Well, that cartridge was $60 back then, and I don't care what you said. You playing your $60 game again.
Time. We got a lot of super chats. Come on.
Then we got Sin Vendetta with the $5 super chat. Addict, the gap between Fable and Fable 2 was only 4 years, so it wasn't that long.
Here you go.
I think like back then, it just felt way longer than it actually was. Like right now, because I keep up with the news. Like even 4 years now is a long time.
Yeah.
Like most development cycles are like 3 years now, but back then when I wasn't keeping up with stuff, 4 years probably felt like 9.
Felt like an eternity.
For Sony fans, that's how they gotta wait.
Oh my! Moving on. Moving on.
There we go. One Away Dragons TV $5 super chat. Good afternoon, my good brothers. Rest in peace to DMX. Let's get those X's put up for the God he will be missed. Let's put them X's in the chat. Let's
for real. Book of X.
Then we got the Lord of Empires, Death Singer, with the £5 super chat. Salute, Lords. I call void on the Final Fantasy poll. You did not have the best Final Fantasy game in the past 10 years, Final Fantasy 14. Also, salute to the GOAT, Jim Ryan.
Why is he the GOAT?
What's funny is Miles, would you have preferred that one be in there?
14?
14? I don't really like MMOs.
That's a no.
So no.
There's so many X's in the chat right now.
I think the most egregious thing is Tactics not being top 4. I think that's
look.
Yeah, that's a crime.
I
That's
personally
criminal,
consider
dude.
Tactics one of the best Final Fantasies.
I personally think Tactics is the best Final Fantasy.
Oh,
straight up,
hands down. Yeah, I would argue that against
that's
anyone.
definitely. I will give it an argument. Like besides the weirdos, I'll say 6 is. I'll give you that one.
6 is the best actual RPG.
Get him.
Tactics is something different.
Let's move on. Time. We gotta get these super chats, man. We got a lot of shows.
All right,
come on.
Then we got the Xbox expansion pass. Shout out to Luke Lord, $2 super chat. Cheers to the realm.
Yo,
Thank you, my
salute
brother.
to Luke. We just recorded a great episode in the lab. It's coming soon. I can't wait for y'all.
And we got, I'm gonna add this to my favorites to say, Hot Grits with the $5 super chat.
Woo! Cooking.
Same way Microsoft changed the game with online is the same way they will change the game with Game Pass. Agree?
I honestly feel like that. Like they've changed the
time. Mad super chats. We cannot do elaborate discussions on each super chat. Please, let's go.
Mike G, $10 super chat. First time sending money to any podcast or person. Y'all have great chemistry. Wow. Stay blessed and safe. Wow. This is a grown man show.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would comment on it, but I
scolded already.
I'm gonna just thank you. Thank you for your donation.
Shut up, Attic, you stupid. All right, that was good.
Here we have One Away Dragons once again. $20 super chat. The gamers today are lucky they don't have any idea what it took for us to have the experiences we had as kids. What it took to be a gamer in my house. It was where my hood played everything.
Facts.
It used to look like The Wiz for real.
Yeah, look, it was. Your games feels like nightmares to me. All right, so. Time. Let's continue. Let's go.
Time with yourself. Time with yourself.
Then we have just time the rest of super chat.
We don't need a dissertation after every super chat. Let's move on.
Aaron Summers, $5 super chat. Salute to the Lord's best podcast bar none. Rest in peace to the dog DMX. The Book of X is coming back with a vengeance. Sleeping giants don't sleep forever.
Don't.
No doubt. Okay. Anything? I was reading from my document, so I gotta look at the.
I'm looking. Yeah, we still got a few.
We got 500, almost 600 people.
Wazo Gamer.
Likes up.
Yo, we got the Wazo Gamer. $5 super chat. Okay.
It's Sunday, the Lord's Day. Woo. Look at me going to my church the week after Easter.
That's love.
Doubt. Thank you,
brother. Every time it's happy to see you, brother. Thank you.
No doubt. Big shout out to you and, of course, Luke Lord. All the teachers going back to full time tomorrow. Be safe.
Yes, please.
And thank you for what you do.
Absolutely.
Spartan Ghost with the £2 super chat. Lord Addict Belford in the fraud alert.
That makes me kick you to the
time.
Oh, no, let's not get him started.
It's okay to slander me.
Yeah.
We're going to time that. Okay, I get you. I'm going to start saying
We said time. Stop getting your feelings. Move on.
Forward. That's it. The Wise Old Gamer, $2 super chat. Y'all going to make me lose my mind up here. Y'all going to make me lose my mind. Mr. Joanna Dark, $5 super chat. I just wanted to give a shout out to Miles. Happy to join the realm of the Lords as a new member. Thank you so much. King's Rants and Analogies did it for me. FF3.
Keep going.
Tell him why you mad, Addict.
Tell him why you mad.
So petty.
Gaming Forte, $2 super chat. Just dropping my weekly donation. Have a great show. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, Gaming Forte. Hit me in the DMs.
Hey, Forte. So, we're all caught up now, right?
Yeah, we're caught up. I don't like that.
All right, cool. Now, like I said, final part, like I said again. So, again, that transition to that. And, again, tremendous love of the career switch. Now, focus on what I asked the last question about podcasting. Like, what got you to kind of expand out of the journalistic aspect, right? You're doing more video, and then what kind of led you to say, okay, I want to host and get into this Xbox Chatterdays, man? How did that develop?
Yeah, so it was something I was talking to Jez about for a little while, is that, you know, with what we're doing, if, you know, we're trying to build up our YouTube channel, our presence as kind of figures in this.
Nice.
And so I was like, we need to have something. We're discussing the idea of like a weekly news show, like a 20-minute kind of news show thing. And that kind of just evolved into like the podcast Xbox Chatterdays as it is now, which for me, it's like, it's cool to have like an intimate kind of one-on-one conversation with a lot of people from the industry. And that's kind of the vibe of it. We originally were doing more like gameplay stuff. So it was like you sitting down with a homie just playing on Xbox and in party chat was kind of the vibe we were shooting for originally. And it's kind of evolved from there to what it is now, which is, you know, again, it's pretty laid back, pretty low key, but it's more about getting devs, getting industry figures, getting passionate community members on there to talk about, you know, why they love gaming, and then all the news. Obviously, it's called Xbox Chatterdays, so there's the Xbox slant to it.
Nice.
But, you know, I try to stress that I'm not an Xbox fanboy, but because people just get so obsessed with that kind of the war, the battle between the Titan.
We have a warrior here.
As I get older, I just don't have the energy for it, man. I don't like. I want to play cool games. I want to have fun with gaming. If you're gonna get online and talk about gaming, it better be fun. If you can't have fun with gaming, then you don't need. Just don't be in the space. Like it's gaming of all things should just be fun.
No,
there's some people that talk about gaming like it's a funeral. Like
I got time all day for this.
Yes, we know.
I got time. I ain't had time the other day, homie. But I got time today.
No, we got you. But to Miles's point, you know, I do hear where he's coming from, because I feel like the fun sometimes is lost, right? Just people putting up, yo, I had a good time playing X, Y, and Z, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing.
Boo.
Yeah, that's trash. Or you know what I'm saying, they all on your time messing with your fun, and I'm just like, whatever. Yeah. But I feel you, man. Like, keep up the good work, because we love the progression, we love the energy. You know what I'm saying? Again, you had Pope on, you had some great people on, I believe, and just seeing your progression in the space is really cool. So shout out to Jez for making the acquisition. We gotta shoot out Lord Gordon. You know what I'm saying?
Homie Court, my boy. Yeah. I got to give a shout out to Jez, because he is like my biggest fan, which is amazing. Like, Jez is more or less my boss, so it's like this really cool dynamic where Jez, more than most people, is like in my corner, like advocating for me and what I'm doing. So that means a lot. Like a lot of what's really cool about this community, especially in the Xbox space recently, is a lot of people are here lifting each other up, and that's, to me, so exciting to see people shouting out what they love and what they're excited about, and people who are doing cool things. And to me, that's way more interesting and exciting than, you know, trying to tear someone down or trying to be negative. And so, yeah, huge shout out to Jez, who is my biggest fan and just an awesome dude to work with.
Jez Gordon, editor of WindowsCentral, and the Xbox 2 co-host with my man Rand Outdoors. So salute to that, man. Again, tremendous gaming history, loving the journey. Keep up the good work. So we're expecting more from you. We love what you're doing. But before we move on from this segment, we gotta ask the question we always ask all the guests in the realm. I need that top 5 video game or franchises of all time for Lord Miles.
The top 5. All right. Okay. Top 5. So it can be video games or franchises.
Correct. You got it.
Okay. So I'll do video games. I'll be specific. I won't even give you the franchise.
You can mix them.
We're gonna go Dark Souls 3. This is no particular order. Dark Souls 3, one of the greatest RPGs ever crafted, hands down.
That's the one that they did for the PlayStation 5, right? The remake.
No, that's
I have no idea.
Dark Souls. Yeah, Dark Souls 3.
Oh, that's Demon Souls.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I have no idea, but go ahead. Sorry.
No, continue. So Dark Souls 3, okay.
Dark Souls 3 is better than Bloodborne. I'll say that.
Oh, you about to cause problems here.
Kind of controversy, but it doesn't matter because he plays PlayStation stuff. So go ahead.
Yeah, continue.
Exactly. No, absolutely love Dark Souls 3. I love Bloodborne as well, just for clarity's sake, in case people want to get spicy with that. Symphony of the Night, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, absolutely phenomenal. Legend of Mana, kind of an obscure one, probably not on a lot of people's lists, but top 5 for me. For its time, that RPG was 10 years ahead of the curve. That game was doing some amazing things. Super Mario Odyssey to me.
Wow.
Kind of set the benchmark for. I love Mario. I love platformers, but Super Mario Odyssey, I couldn't believe that Nintendo was able to take Mario, release a new game, and have it completely reinvent a genre that they created with Super Mario 64. Super Mario Odyssey. Okay. Oh my! Oh!
Woo! Wow! Yeah, I thought they did a hell of a job with it. To revitalize Mario.
That's cute time.
Wow,
you know he being messy.
Yeah, I know. I don't worry about him.
And then would have been game of the year if not for Zelda.
Yeah. They both. That was a killer year for Nintendo. And then I'm trying to think. 5. I have like 10 games that are bouncing around in my head right now, but. Gotta go with my heart. I'm gonna say Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
Wow. Okay.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. 10 out of 10. Masterpiece. The remake, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2.
So good.
Yeah.
Whew.
So good.
How do you like it? Did you?
Oh yeah, but it's one of the best games of last year, hands down. That game is incredible. Again, it's a sports game, so it's a little more niche. It's a skateboarding game, so it's a little more niche. But when it comes to just fun, when it comes to picking it up and being intuitive, being a blast, it's so hard to be.
Yeah, well, this is your list.
This is your list. I love it. Yeah. I love it. Very unique list. Very diverse list. Gotta give you credit.
Yeah.
And final question: favorite console of all time, any generation?
Favorite console of all time,
and why?
I gotta go with SNES, just for the nostalgia, just for it being like my introduction into gaming. Donkey Kong Country, A Link to the Past, Super Mario World, Sunset Riders.
Wow.
Yes.
Any Sunset Riders fans out there?
Yes, of course. It was a completely different game from the Genesis one too.
Yes. Yeah. Good point.
The Genesis was more arcade, and the Super Nintendo one went into a totally different direction. And it was a different game. It was a really good game.
Joe and Mac? Any Joe and Mac fans out there?
You talking that SNES talk? I haven't seen this. This is a good SNES vibe.
Yeah. So SNES always has a special place in my heart for those reasons. So I got to give it that. Like,
no doubt.
Mine was Actraiser.
Yeah, I used to love Actraiser.
Yeah,
so
the
crazy.
best acoustic music in the cartridge. I really thought they had a real orchestra inside.
So shout out to the SNES controller. Let's give some love to that controller. You know what I'm saying?
Still, just perfection.
Definitely iconic, man. Tremendous history, tremendous list. You know what I'm saying? We got to get into these topics. Before we do that, so I'll get the super chats and I'll get the poll, and then we'll move on into these topics. We got some funny stuff to talk about.
So we got Gaming Forte once again with the $2 super chat. Hey, King.
That was a shot back. That was a shot back. So the Forte with his messy. He's always messy.
Yo, but Forte really hit me in the DM. No, I'm serious though.
Serious.
Then we have Dan Lazaro, $5 super chat. It's all about the fun, but PlayStation was attacking Xbox for a whole generation.
That's right.
Now it's all about love.
Nah, you don't
it's
get
our
this.
turn to do some curb stop.
I can be mature about this.
Not at all. Not at all. You about to get this work.
What else we got?
I think we're good. We're caught up.
All right, cool. Let's get into this.
We have a new member in the realm. Put the crest in the chats for Micah.
Salute. Right. Welcome to the realm. Salute. So let's get into this poll. Last week's poll is in LordsOfGaming.net, and the results are the people have spoken to the question: with the recent announcement of MLB The Show coming to Xbox Game Pass day and date, how do you think Sony should respond? The winner at 65% of the vote was Sony should retool and completely reinvigorate PS Now. Coming in at second at only 17% of the vote, Sony should be more aggressive with timed exclusives and beef up PS Plus. In third place, they 15%. It said should stand pat on their quality AAA and first party studios group. You're funny. And in last place was the Petty Lords at 5%. Was I don't care. Game Pass is unsustainable, bad for developers, and real gamers buy their games. So shout out to the Petty Lords at 5%, letting their voice be heard. Lord Addict, man, you think they saying that the realm is saying that they should retool and reinvigorate PS Now. Do you agree, sir?
Oh, I've been saying that for the longest. Like, I feel like that's personally one of the reasons that they would never let Game Pass come to PlayStation, because it's like I said last week. I feel like they know that they don't need that service right now, but they're keeping it around because they know that the industry is going that way eventually. Because like all they have to do to compete with Game Pass is just flip a switch and put their games on their day one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We're going to get into it, but it'll be interesting, the thought process, the business mind. We're going to get into it. I know. We got a lot to talk about with this. So now, look, the time is here. We're going to switch gears. Actually, this is King's topic, but Lord Soft is going to frame it for us. A lot has been going on. What's happening, man, in the world of blockbusters?
So, 1 second. We have Sim Vendetta with a $5 super chat, but he retracted
He retracted it.
So he apparently it was too spicy what he had to say.
Too spicy what he had to say. He had to, too much.
Slick.
Too hot for TV.
So let me try to frame this. Oh, then we have Percolator.
Oh, the
9,000. Welcome
Percolator.
to the realm. Put the crest
To
in
the Percolator. Shout out to the Percolator. What's up? I like that.
That's a club banger.
That's a club banger right there. And he the 9,000th Percolator. There's a lot of him going on right now. Salute. Then we got
Suicide Kings $2 super chat. Putting my money in the plate, passing it to the left.
You said Suicide Kings?
Yeah.
Yo, isn't that I know? Yeah.
It's not like DraftKings, but we rocking with it. No doubt. Salute. Pass the collection. Play around the room. Continue.
Absolutely. Okay. We're caught up. So,
all right, cool. What's going on?
Let me try to frame this, because this is a multi-tentacled octopus here.
And I got to add on to your frame before we let Bounce talk too.
Okay. So on Thursday, Jason Schreier, Bloomberg's Jason Schreier.
Oh, we starting with this first?
Yeah, we're going. You know, when the main event is first. Oh,
main event is first. It's Sony talk.
My man.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of topics that could be the main event. This is the King let loose the most of it.
Exactly. That's what it is. So on Thursday, Jason Schreier released an article titled "Sony's Obsession with Blockbusters is Stirring Unrest Within the PlayStation Empire," and that kind of says it all. So now the details of this is where it gets a little crazy and a little muddy. So basically, this entire sort of story is a tale of sort of 2 to 3 developers sort of being mixed around, thrown about in ways that kind of makes it seem like everybody at Sony needs to sort of bend the knee to Naughty Dog. And there is some unrest within the PlayStation fan base as to why this is happening. And apparently, according to Jason Schreier, there's unrest within the studios because people are feeling like they're not being appreciated for what they do. And there is this sort of movement towards making all of their games in the sort of Naughty Dog image. And in doing that, sort of eliminating any sort of variety that the console may have provided before.
Can I just add on? I just want to add on to what you said with Jason said. Again, this is direct quote from Jason after the article. He says, Sony's prioritization of the biggest gaming studios have created a ripple effects across the organization. For example, over the last year, Sony's Bend studio, once seen as a rising star, has been assigned to support Naughty Dog and feared becoming Naughty Dog North. Then he said there's been plenty of whispers of Sony's secret San Diego team over the past years, but fans assumed they were making a new Uncharted game. That was never the case. The fact the team struggled to find support from the outset. And they said today, they talk about that Last of Us remake, but continue, Soft. I want to get
just to contextualize everything that I said. So apparently this secret team that was working at San Diego was basically headed by Michael Mumbauer. And this is a team from the Visual Arts Service Group that basically aids all the other teams in sort of finishing their games, their support team. They were allowed to sort of break off, and in total they post maybe like 30 members of people, different people from Sony devs, to make a game at Sony San Diego, but they never got the money that they needed, the resources that they needed, and they never even allowed them to sort of name them on their own. And what they initially pitched was a remake for The Last of Us. So that was sort of a go. So apparently when Herman Hulse came in and took over, he said, this is too much money. I don't want to do this. And those people were pulled off of that. And sort of the people at the top of that, Mumbauer and a few other people, were not happy with that, and they left, And the people that remained were sent off to continue to work on and the multiplayer aspects of what we assume is going to be Last of Us 2 and another Uncharted game. So in all of that, then we have Bend. So Bend was basically they pitched Days Gone 2, and it did not go well. It got shut down.
Right.
And in doing that, that was a surprise to them, because despite Days Gone 2 coming out not to the best reception and not necessarily functioning super well, the game got fixed over time. It runs at 60 now on the PlayStation 5, and it sold very well. It's profitable. So basically, Bend, who over the years has proved themselves little by little, being able to sort of carry a franchise, they felt slighted. And they've been sort of relegated once again to this support group, at least up until, you know, a certain part of the story. So that sort of caused unrest with the heads at Bend, and people left, and everything is everybody's sort of to the wind. Right. Now, how this all comes back to Naughty Dog is that since Jim Ryan has taken over, there has been a sense, we saw with sort of basically what was the closure of Studio Japan, that there is a moving away from smaller dev cycles, smaller niche sort of games, which like Miles brought up earlier, this is where PlayStation comes from. Right. If you talk about the origins of PlayStation and why PlayStation became popular, it was these weird small games.
Kind of what we discussed during Miles' discussion of the, you know, the PlayStation 1 era that he fell in love with.
So there's this moving away from that. And what it feels like is that Jim Ryan wants every game moving forward to be of the quality of a quote unquote Naughty Dog game, to the point where they're so risk averse that it feels like a lot of these teams were broken up and sent different places to work on Naughty Dog properties, which is, it feels like that the idea of being creative within Sony Studios is sort of going away in lieu of making big blockbusters in proven franchises in order to sell more, but not necessarily worrying about how the creative process is affected moving forward. So that is kind of the sort of overarching narrative that's going on here. Like the people, like I mentioned from Bend is now working on their own new IP, which is good. I guess they fought for their right to try to do that, and they were given that, so that's good. But in general,
will it come out though?
We'll get to that.
We'll see. So in general, I know King wanted to talk about this because it just feels like the way Sony is thinking about producing games moving forward is once again snatching defeat from the jaws of victory and moving away from what has made them successful. And trying to just focus on the one thing that has made them super successful. But as you know, former CEO Sean Layden said, that is not sustainable as the only thing.
We're gonna get into it. Look, we got a lot
to discuss here.
So look, this is what we're gonna do.
I hope I was able to.
No, you framed. Oh boy, did you frame? Yeah, you set it all up. But nah, salute, Saul, for real. But yeah, man, look, we got to get into it. I want to shout out to Lord Chris Grannell has pulled up in the round. Just want to make sure his levels are good. How you doing, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure, and first time with the Lord. So
yes, first time in the round.
Excited, and first time sharing the floor with Miles as well. So.
Exactly, man. So look, we're gonna get your feedback as well. So start with Miles first, man, because obviously this news hit. The Bloomberg report, as Saul eloquently displayed, was really going across the interwebs, and it was a very passionate discussion amongst the Sony base and conflicting opinions. So I want to know what you felt about this after reading this report. Now that you've had a day or two to absorb it, what's your thought process on all this?
Yeah, so first off, if you guys haven't read this, there is a ton of really big information that Jason Schreier has pulled from people within Sony, people who have intimate relationship with Sony teams and Sony's business practices. So I've had my public criticisms and concerns regarding this, regarding Sony's basically obsession with blockbusters. Obviously, they've seen success. PS4, the last generation of PlayStation, was built on these massive games like The Last of Us, Uncharted. So when you have that as a metric for this does well, we know if we make this is going to sell well, we're going to make money. It's tough to not do that. But at the same time, like I'm concerned about the death of weird Sony, like we talked about in the beginning. Like that's why I love PlayStation. Is not Uncharted is great. The Last of Us is great. Those games are objectively phenomenal, incredibly well-crafted games. But if you're doing one of those every couple years, like as a PlayStation fan, are you really just expected to wait 1 to 2 years for these tentpole games? That's going to be their cadence. You're not going to have a massive blockbuster on that scale every single year.
Right.
And to Bend, like the situation with Bend is especially troubling because you have a team that came out with Days Gone.
Yeah.
And Days Gone, even though it didn't get the typical Sony 90+ meta, it's still in the 80s. So you have a game that like reviewed generally very well and sold well.
Yes.
And then you have them going to their brass and be like, hey, we're excited this did well. We want to do a sequel. And they're like, no. So imagine as a creative, as a team, you put out something that's well received, sells well, and you can't continue that because it didn't sell well enough. And that is so much stress as a creator. You have this just completely polar opposite approach from Xbox and PlayStation right now, where you have PlayStation teams, you got to sell 10 million copies. Your game has to come out of the gate. I don't care if it's a new IP. I don't care what it is. It better sell 10 million copies.
Wow.
And if it doesn't, we're not going to give you a sequel. And so it's hard for me to imagine as a creative that you want to buy into that. And you're like, okay, cool. I'm going to throw all this time and effort into something. And if it doesn't just perform better than most games on the market, then I'm not getting a second chance. And I'm going to have to go help Naughty Dog. So stuff like that is troubling, where you have Xbox cultivating and building up these smaller studios to make weird games.
Right.
Tim Schafer. I don't think Tim Schafer would have agreed to be bought out by Xbox if he didn't believe that he was going to have the creative freedom to make weird games, because that's where he shines. And that's where Double Fine shines.
Yes.
So it's upsetting. I'm not in the camp that PlayStation's doomed by any means.
Right.
I'm just looking at PlayStation now more like Marvel. Like Marvel has a formula. It works. They know if they do this, they're going to sell tickets. They're going to make money.
Right.
I'm not super stoked on most Marvel stuff. I know I'm kind of...
You're equating Sony as Marvel?
That's what Sony wants to be. Sony
okay. Oh,
yeah, Sony,
aspiration-wise.
Yes, Sony wants that Marvel money. They want to know
execution, they're more DC.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
But in execution, they're more ones and dones and convoluted crap. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for interpreting what you think, Miles. Continue.
Thank you for putting words in this.
Thank you for word from Miles.
Let's not get him quoted. On that. I'm not.
He's not exactly. We got you, but we're protecting.
I got you. I'll sign off on that.
We're protecting the WindowsCentral entity. Sir. Continue.
Yes, Sony wants that Marvel money. They want to know that they put out their Avengers. The Last of Us 3 is like their Avengers. They know if they put that out, it's going to sell well.
Well, they put it in PlayStation Now. It didn't do too well. But
I think Miles is 100% on point with this sort of comparison. The problem that I see with Sony right now is that it feels like they don't have the Kevin Feige at the top of it, orchestrating the entire plan, right? You have this mastermind in Kevin Feige sort of breaking it all down, whereas Jim Ryan feels like he really is just sort of focusing on one thing, and I don't think they have an overall master plan, because when you talk about the cadence of releases you were talking about, I think 2 years is being generous. I think if you want these big humongous games, that's a 3 to 4 year commitment per studio. The release cadence of those type of games is going to be so sort of disparate that it's going to be hard to keep up with Game Pass if Microsoft starts hitting that every 4 or 5 month cadence with a first party game.
Right.
Scary, man.
Let me get Attic, because he's been waiting patiently, and then we get back to Miles' finish your thought. Attic, you've been very respectful.
I have a couple things with this. The first one is, I don't necessarily think Sony like being those weird quirky games is the issue. I think Sony not taking risks is the issue. For instance, I would arguably say Sony taking risks is the whole reason their company's the way it is. Let's go back. If they had this mentality when Uncharted came out, they're like, oh, it didn't do well, it didn't sell well, out the door, then arguably we wouldn't have The Last of Us, because that was the building stone for them to make The Last of Us. So then if they didn't make, because I personally feel like The Last of Us is one of the key reasons the PS4 did so well. Because at the PS3, they ended the PS3 with probably one of the best games that's ever been made. And that's what on the back of people's minds when they were buying the next gen console. It's like, what you playing on Xbox? Halo, Gears, and Forza. What did you play on PlayStation? The Last of Us. So that was an imprinting thing that was on people's minds. I personally feel like Sony is full of it right now. You know, Miles brought up you don't sell well. Like, think how bad that is. Like, okay, we're profitable. You don't get you still don't get one. What?
Talk about it. Talk about it.
And I personally feel like, because I was talking to Cognito Miles, would you feel like it's? I feel like they care. Like, they care about sales. They do, because obviously their company's running on sales. But I feel like sales is still in that passenger seat, but they care more about what that Metacritic score is, because it's just like, if they're not going to let them do a Days Gone 2, which sold well, right, but didn't review well, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. It's like I feel like they love putting that 90+ stamp on everything, right, and there's like, your game sold well, we made plenty of money off of it, but the industry was a laughing stock when that game came out.
Your opinion is that the critical acclaim also had a factor into it?
I do. I feel like they care a lot about what the industry thinks of their game, just as much, probably not as more, but they care just as much on what everyone felt like the game. They care about what the Twitter response was, because to me, there's no reason why that game don't get a sequel, right? Unless they didn't like where it was critically wise, because it's like I said, the game sold. Why else would you not give them a chance?
It's just moving away from what has made them who they are. Like, if they had said after Uncharted 1, no, it didn't do well enough, we're not going to allow you to make more Uncharteds, where would Naughty Dog be? Like, think about that.
No, facts. Let's get. I'm sorry, I'm finish Attic, and then I got to get Lord Miles to finish his thought, and then we got to get Lord Chris in.
And I feel like one of the issues that's going to go on here is, let's be real here, this is the kind of mentality that Microsoft had. These are safe, we're going to pop these out. And that has put Microsoft in a horrible scenario. Right. And that it's taken them years to fight out of that box. Right. And I feel like Jim Dancing with Ryan, I'm calling him that now. I'm calling him that because it's just like, you don't reward your studios. And I understand Home Studio didn't have a name. They didn't have a purpose. But what is their point? Like, we're going to do what we're supposed to. We're going to put in our time, and we're going to get our own name, and then we're going to get our own game. Right. So it feels like they're not even rewarding their own people anymore. Ben Studio puts out a decent game that deserved a sequel, and I didn't even really like what I saw in the game. And they're like, doesn't matter. I know we said sales is important, but not for you guys. Oh, and then I was watching Lord Collins' video, and the way that he brought it up, he's like, Naughty Dog has so much influence at Sony.
That's what we're learning.
Yeah, it feels like Naughty Dog can just snap a finger. We want them, and I can totally see imagine the morale right now with Ben Studio. Like, they're working on a new game, but they've already went through hell to get to this new game. Right, and to me, this new game is going to be a shell of what they used to work on, because a new IP is going to cost more money than a sequel. The only way it doesn't is that the new IP is a AA game, and they've notched them down. We're going to give you less funding, because it makes no sense. If you're going to greenlit a game for them, why don't they just go ahead and make Days Gone 2? Right. Unless you don't want to give them the quality budgeting for a game like Days Gone.
Yeah, that's the question. Let's get Miles' response, and then we got to get Lord Chris in after. So, Miles, your response, I know you finished up your thoughts.
Yeah, Sony is in a weird situation right now, because they basically have cultivated this extreme kind of fandom. Right. And there was that interview that Jim Ryan did with GQ recently, where he basically admitted that Sony as a business is afraid of its fandom when it comes to exclusives. Right. So they have stressed the importance of exclusives. They have stressed the importance of Metacritic, or more importantly, they've let their fandom express that as the selling point for PlayStation. And it's gotten to the point now where, sorry, go ahead.
No. You actually said a point that seems to be in cooperation with some of what Attic was saying. So did he mention, and you're saying like there's this kind of correlation to them viewing the Metacritic score, as far as like what was alluded to with Jim Ryan? I just want to be clear with what Jim Ryan saying.
Oh yeah, so the interview specifically said when it comes to exclusives, when it comes to bringing stuff to PC, that they were basically afraid of retaliation. Gotcha. If they did this. Gotcha. So that's more important. That's what I was kind of stressing with that, is that when it comes to exclusives, they are selling this kind of at this point kind of old school mentality that you have to have the exclusives to sell the plastic. Right. And we know they're shifting away from that. Well, Jim Ryan has said that they're changing their business approach to be more modern, be more agile. Right. But yeah, they're in the situation where their fandom has pushed this idea that if it's not a 90 or higher, then it's not a good game. And that to me is, I don't like what Metacritic has done to discourse about video games. Right. I cannot stand someone who screen caps a picture of a game's Metacritic and then uses that as an argument to, I like this game. Well, it's not this, so it's bad. And that to me is so destructive to any sort of constructive discourse about video games. And so Sony is stuck. That has been what has made them huge. That is what their ravenous fandom has like kind of built up. Right. And so the more they move away from that, which they're moving away from that, there's no question about how they're moving away from that. Right. There's going to be those extreme loyalists that we've seen throwing their PlayStations out windows.
Are you implying that they are not going to like the new direction if there's a shift? If that's what we're implying?
It's going to happen. They're going to realize, because people talk about Game Pass being unsustainable. Mm-hmm. We look at Netflix as the comparison, and we know that that's untrue. Right. Netflix is bigger than Disney now. Right. If with the right resources, right investment, it is a completely sustainable business model. Right. What's not sustainable is spending hundreds of millions of dollars and spending 4 or 5 years to make a game that has to sell 20 million copies. That's not a sustainable model.
Let's get Lord Chris here, man. Beautiful points, Lord Miles. Thank you. The CEO of the sports technology company. I got to plug you. The Urban Zoo. You know what I'm saying? But
thank you, sir.
Absolutely, man. But why I got you here? I wanted your insight is because you have a unique perspective. Again, as a person who has worked with Sony Europe for over 13 years, right? Over 13 years.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I really want to get your thoughts because you've contributed to some amazing franchises. You've been the senior game designer on F1. Wipeout, Wipeout Fury, sir. I got to bend the knee to you, and that was my game right there. I love me some Wipeout Fury, brother.
Thank you, sir.
That is all in the beats. Woo, salute to the beats. But anyway, I wanted to get you in here because again, you've been behind the lines. You've worked for Sony. You're a game designer. You're at Gorilla, all this stuff. So you hear this news, and you had some colorful tweets when this news dropped. So I want to get your perspective, brother. What do you feel about this article and about this blockbuster mentality? And do you agree? Do you disagree? Where are you at with all this stuff?
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of the panel. Really, I agree with what Miles is saying. I think Sony's tact has kind of shifted towards the end of my time at Sony. So. Coming towards the end of my time at Sony, there was a plethora of UK studios. There was some great talent, and those studios had brought out, as you say, Wipeout, but they brought out kind of SingStar and all of these like weird IPs that kind of really hit the mainstream.
I actually played SingStar, no cap.
Yep,
yeah, it was like there's some millions of fans, kind of risky new franchises, trying new things, and I think. Sony then started to kind of, you would take, almost like a failed project that Cambridge did, London on the back of the Getaway, So if we're going back to kind of like risks, Sony used to bring out these kind of interesting IP, Siphon Filter, Getaway, Twisted Metal that's being mentioned and stuff. So I think, as Miles said earlier, PlayStation was the place to try a plethora of different genres. It was kind of the risky games would come out. Your kind of Icos, your Shadow of the Colossus, and all of these kind of cool games from different territories around the world.
Yes.
And what started to happen towards the end of my time, and one of the reasons why I ended up moving on with a lot of the guys from Liverpool studio, is all of these UK studios started to be used as kind of resource teams. So. Right. I was seconded to Gorilla because obviously the absolutely great development team at Gorilla Games, but those guys were burning a lot of Sony's money, and Sony were kind of like, we just need to get Killzone 2 out now. Right. Let's get resource from Cambridge, from the art side. Let's get resource from Liverpool, from AI programmers to game designers and so on and so forth.
Right.
So all of these UK studios started to become resource studios, which sounds very similar
to the situation. So you could relate, almost like support studio role, right? Continue.
Yeah, absolutely. So, And as soon as that starts happening, you start to have really interesting talent within those studios, get disillusioned of what we're seeing with Bend and other things. And they'll move on, and they'll move on to competitors. They'll move on to, published development houses, or they'll leave the industry, or they'll try something themselves. And I think the worry for Sony in this blockbuster mentality, Miles is absolutely spot on. I think Sony want to be the kind of MCU blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster.
Right.
And I think what Sony as a business is doing, and this is not me saying Game Pass and what Microsoft does, it doesn't have quality, because I absolutely love what Game Pass does. I love what Microsoft are doing and Xbox, and obviously a lot of my kind of gaming friends are on the Xbox side of things.
Right.
But I think Sony have kind of attached this narrative of Game Pass's kind of quantity, and you see this from the fanatics where they say, well, Game Pass is quantity, but it's filler. It's,
right. Game Pass filler.
It's rubbish, and it's all this. And I think what Sony have done is almost kind of believed and followed the hype of the fans or the fanatics and gone, okay, well, if Xbox has got the quantity, we'll have the quality. And what we'll do is we'll just release, like a banger after banger after banger. But the issue you've got, and obviously some of the other lords have mentioned it, is you've got big development times in between those.
Yes.
And what Sony are coming up against now is, whereas they used to have huge sway to get those third-party exclusives, which were, console sellers as well as their own first-party exclusives. Those third-party exclusives are now met against Microsoft and Xbox's buying power.
Right.
It's met against Game Pass and what that does for, the number of players, that just the attach rate and all of this good stuff.
Right.
And actually, this whole narrative of a game on Game Pass doesn't sell or make any money. You only need to
we're
see
learning
the
about that.
Seller's chart.
Yeah, if you look at Outright, right now it's the top paid game. Xbox, that's
and
another
even
thing.
things like It Takes Two and so on and so forth, are sold. So I think we're seeing kind of a worrying period where kind of Sony's almost going back to the end days of when I was there. And off the back of that kind of resource house, you lost Cambridge, you lost, London, you lost Studio Liverpool. And Studio Liverpool contained, the talent that, they were writing engines. So F1 was its own engine, Wipeout was its own engine.
Yes.
As well as like these great ideas. And Studio Liverpool, we were working on new concepts. We were working on concepts for years.
Right.
And Sony back then, and this is where the kind of shift has occurred, and it coincides with what Miles is saying. Sony back then, we're all about kind of new ideas, something new. You go into a green light session and it'd be something kind of, off the wall and really interesting and so on and so forth. And it used to be, we want kind of a Metacritic rating of 70 or above.
Right.
We were classed as kind of a new IPs come into the fray, 70 or above.
Almost a realistic expectation, not to get so crazy that it okay, I got where you're going. Okay.
And then we'll start to look at a sequel and improve and so on and so forth.
Right.
And then that quickly started to shift towards green light meetings where things like, well, should we do our own FIFA? Or should we do our own, PES? Or should we do our own this game and that game? Should we do our own COD?
Right.
And so it started kind of chasing, what's selling and doing well.
Right.
And then the Metacritic expectation moved up to 75, and then it was 80, and then it was 85, and we're now here at this kind of, it needs to be 90, and or it's a.
And
it's
this was specific. I hate to cut you, but this was specifically brought up in these type of meetings, that the Metacritic was almost a barometer for it with game development.
Yeah, it was a barometer because Sony want to kind of spend their money wisely, and they obviously want a big return. And certainly for a lot of UK studios, a lot of people, there's talk about kind of incentives and bonuses and so on and so forth.
Right.
Certainly in Sony UK, bonuses and incentives were really low. Didn't really kind of exist in a big way, and there was always kind of these internal arguments between US wages and kind of north-south divide in the UK and so on and so forth. And it was almost met with a, you should be thankful that you work for Sony.
Oh.
So you'll get your salary, and we'll give you a little bonus, a little incentive, but be thankful that you're kind of making games and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's never a nice mentality to work for.
You
should be thankful you work here.
No, exactly. And that's why kind of Ubisoft, EA, and all of these other studios started to kind of pick up Sony talent, and people have a lot of the guys that I worked with in Studio Liverpool, and even a chunk of guys from Amsterdam, they're now in Canada working for Ubisoft, in the US working for EA and like BioWare and other places like that. So you kind of lose that talent, and a lot of devs and game developers aren't driven by kind of money, but you do long hours. You kind of sacrifice yourself. We did crunch and stuff like that, but the one thing I will say in Sony's favor is that we all kind of did voluntary crunch, so we were never kind of told to work late and so on and so forth, but it's an exciting and enjoyable process. So you turn around and you say, right, I'm going to stay till 10 at night, or you stay till 3 in the morning, or
I got you
work at weekends and so on and so forth, because you're making games, and games are kind of cool to make. But when these expectations started to kind of like increase, and it started becoming more stressful, to try and it became stressful on the teams that Sony weren't just releasing kind of like any old crap. I want to make that clear, but you would go into kind of green light concepts and you would try some interesting things. So it's been long enough now, it's not being made and stuff, so I can talk about one of the concepts as an example.
Let's get it.
So after F1, F1 came to an end because the license deal came to an end and Sony didn't want to renew it. I think F1 is a franchise, and this kind of leads to the MLB stuff, which
you're talking licensing. Let's go.
So F1 as a franchise wanted to then reach a bigger audience.
Wow,
so
this is eerily similar.
Yeah, so they started talking about multi-platform and so on and so forth, and then I think they slapped this huge, price tag onto the license fee, and I think Sony just said, we've had this for kind of 6 or 7 years. Well, it might have been 6 to 10 years actually when it was on PS1, and Bizarre Creations were doing it first. So we've had this for a good while. Obviously Sony wasn't geared up to do multi-platform stuff, was never going to do multi-platform stuff. And it was just kind of like, we're not going to renew. And then EA came sniffing around, and they
snatched up.
So just sorry to break you real quick. So the mindset back then, in that duration, I don't know who was currently like in charge of the gaming division of PlayStation, was kind of like, if we ain't making it to be exclusive and it's got to go multi-plat, you can just take the license back.
Yeah, I think there was obviously an element to that, and then I think EA came in and threw some a lot more green at it, and Sony could have competed and didn't want to, and there was that kind of disconnect between Sony didn't want to support kind of PlayStation while someone was supporting PC and Xbox. And then EA became a better fit to do a kind of PC version, PlayStation version, Xbox version, and obviously decided to pay for the license. And I think over time, Sony had seen the sales, and they steadily kind of increased. But I think in that contract, they probably spent a good chunk of money. I'm not 100% sure whether I think it did break even and make money. I think a couple of the Championship Edition and so on and so forth brought some bigger money in. But that was gone, and you were left with a racing studio. So Studio Liverpool was a racing studio, really. They'd created Wipeout, they created F1. So
great franchises.
Yeah, so what's the thing that you want to do with that studio is you want to go, right, let's sit down and let's look at what that racing game is, the pedigree, the engine that we have. So one of the concepts was, it was basically, cut a long story short, it was kind of exotic, amazing supercars in locations that you would never have a race. So it would be kind of some controversial, so like war-torn places, places that are hit by kind of weather, so on and so forth. And at the time, Sony were looking at this kind of Evo, kind of Studio Liverpool merger, and everyone was kind of really stoked by this idea. We had some kind of concept stuff. It was a nice idea. It was all about kind of racing around these areas. You know, terrain would kind of break up, and you would kind of spin into a bad situation and have to kind of like reverse out, and a lot of driving skill and stuff, which was good. But that merger happened, and for the guys that were in charge, basically turned around and said, studio head of Evo, Mick Hocking, I think his name was at the time. It was kind of like, you're going to now become the head of Studio Liverpool and Evo. And that kind of kicked out like Clemens and some of the guys who were in charge of Liverpool.
Wow.
And those guys had done a great job. So that was kind of a bit of a kick in the stomach for the morale at Liverpool and so on and so forth. Then this kind of idea suddenly got almost like killed, and it just so happened that Evo were making like a MotorStorm, and it was the, it was the same version and so on and so forth. Which obviously to this day, we were hugely skeptical that Evo we're making that.
Making that for that. Wow.
Yeah. So and that became MotorStorm.
I remember MotorStorm. I remember that. It was kind of like an off-roady kind of I remember that.
Apocalypse. So that became MotorStorm Apocalypse with all this kind of weather effects and stuff like that. And then what you were left with were a studio who were kind of, okay, we'll try some new things. Should we do another Wipeout? And it was kind of like, no, we want to kind of kill Wipeout now. We want to put it to sleep for a bit. And we'll bring out my heart.
You're breaking my heart. That was my joint right there. What?
So when that happened, a lot of the guys who like built the engines and so on and so forth, they started to kind of get a bit uncomfortable and look to kind of move. And then as the rest of the team kind of started to support other other studios around the globe, Sony went through this cycle. So Sony went through a cycle every year, and they would look at the books,
and
Sony Japan would look and go, who's released a game, who hasn't released a game, what are people working on? Right, we're going to chop a chunk from that studio. And it would be London studio one year, then it would be kind of Liverpool studio another year, Cambridge would get hit, so on and so forth. And so you were always kind of in this cycle of, March, April every year, you're kind of waiting for
the
hatch. Get an envelope and so on and so forth.
That's the sad realities.
And I obviously dodged like 9 of them or whatever, but then at the end, because when they looked at the books, they were like, well, actually, Studio Liverpool, it's not made anything. Wipeout's gone away. But, they're not making any racing games. They're not making kind of any new, because we were in a concept phase. We had loads of prototypes. We had like football prototypes. We had all kinds of crazy prototypes. But obviously, prototypes don't make money. So Japan just kind of, instead of it being a small percentage, Japan were just like, poof, the whole studio was gone. And that took away like the edge, and then Liverpool had gone, and then Evo was kind of left, and then Evo got killed off. And now Codemaster, it became Cheshire Studio, and then Codemasters have grabbed it, as we know. So it's all of the kind of interesting talent that were doing interesting games.
They're all gone.
Kind of just started getting swept away because it was kind of your Uncharted, the big blockbusters, and this is where
I was just about to tie in.
This is where the period now. It looks like it's a repeat, and it almost looks like Sony have gone. You guys will do quantity. We'll do quality. And that's me. That was where I said, I think Game Pass has got huge quality in it, and it's got quantity. But if you're only going to make 4 or 5 blockbuster games, and you're going to be, and this is where Miles was spot on, if you're going to be the kind of MCU of video games, what are you going to put in those periods in between?
And those the gaps,
and obviously Phil. Sorry, I was just going to say, and Phil and Xbox and so on and so forth have now got deep pockets. They've got a service
dealing with an
incredible
adversary that is very financially
it's a very, very different situation. For Sony to be able to grab some of those kind of third-party exclusives now.
And you, real quick, you know what's even worse than Microsoft having all that money? Well, not probably worse. you got someone like Phil in the leadership that they know that knows the industry so
Right.
well that they know where to invest that money.
No, this is good stuff, and I'm glad again. Lord Chris definitely broke that down and kind of basically showing the parallels during his time there, at Sony, and then what's going on now and why it connects with him. You know what I mean? Because these are true to life stories, of studios and ideas and things, changing. And again, I'm not saying it doesn't happen anywhere else, but this is firsthand account, from someone who's been behind the trends, who worked at, Sony in Europe and stuff like that. But I want to move it forward. I got to get Sav in, you know what I mean, as far as that. And then obviously the King, or Sav, you want to pass the King, because the King's been patient. I know the King's been waiting. This is technically his time. Okay. So I would defer to you two who will go next. Based on,
however King wants to do it.
King, the fans have been waiting for you.
You've been bypassing me on my own topic.
Oh, I apologize.
But get the super chats first.
He mad with me. Damn, King is mad with me. My bad.
I guess he feels the type of way.
He feel away because this is the topic. He right. Bad host, bad fraud alert on the host. My bad. But it was just interesting stories. I had to hear these. I'm sorry. But let's get the super chats, and then we get King in to on his topic with the bars. So let's get the super
I can't wait to call time on him. I'm just I will let you be.
Yes. My bad. You good?
Hold on a second. I had to roll it back.
Roll it back. It's a lot of good.
Okay, we got Sin Vendetta, $5 super chat.
Yes.
So when are we getting that Kong's World emote? Okay. Then we got Joe Mac, $10 super chat. Lord King, your pitch to Sony yesterday about putting their Blockbuster games on Game Pass was crazy. They should go with that if they like making money. Insert sarcasm. Game Pass and chill.
Game Pass and chill. Salute.
Then we got Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Bang guy, Lords, good evening. I have arrived.
Salute.
Oh yeah.
All right.
And we have Captain Chats with the $2 super chat.
Captain Chats.
Big shout out from the UK on this fine Sunday. Thank you, sir.
UK stand up.
Yes, sir. Then we have Lord Roughness with the crest in the chat for the newest member.
Welcome to the realm, brother.
Thank you, sir.
That crest in that chat, you guys.
Then we got Sin Vendetta once again, $5 super chat. Last super chat, I just said this wrong. I was wondering when we were going to get a King's World emote, not a Kong's World, King's World emote, just like the Addicts.
Oh, yeah, with the King's World J. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Then we have Lucius Augustus with the $5 super chat. This is what happens when just one becomes every single one. Seriously, yeah.
That was a bar. That was a bar for me. I like that. I like that though. I'm about to smoke. Continue.
Sony needs to get it together. Small games stay in memories forever.
No doubt. No doubt.
Then we got Mass Erect with the $2 super chat.
With the inflection, I cannot let you continue.
A lot of PS5s are going to be collecting dust.
Oh, Lord.
Collecting dust right now.
Yeah,
then we got Fuzzy Belvedere.
Fuzzy! Shop podcast.
Yes, sir. Then we have kind of ironic. PlayStation has a game called Abandoned coming out as they abandon Japan and dev creativity.
Wow.
Then we have Mass Erect once again. $2 super chat. Let the king speak.
I'm sorry. I know he mad at me. I'm bad host. I got too wrapped up with these great stories by Lord Chris. Great. Sorry.
Raiden Blade, £10 super chat. Let's be honest. Sea of Thieves, Grounded, Bleeding Edge are all made by small teams. Well, not rare, but it has Sea of Thieves has 20 million MAU, whatever that means. Grounded is built that way as well. Okay. Exactly. Small games matter. Then we have a Lordinator, $10 super chat.
Lordinator.
Most of the PlayStation games are the play with different are this play with different template. Maybe this means the same with a different template. Yeah. Like when DICE did Star Wars Battlefront, it's Battlefield Star Wars. So PlayStation 5 will be more of the same games, no variety. The bending has begun. Wow. Okay. Urban Ninja with the $5 super chat. It seems like the idiot bug flip-flops between Sony and Microsoft every It goes back. Y'all laugh when I say it.
I know. You said this. You preached it.
It's just a conspiracy between them. Like, because you look at some of the moves that are made and you're just like, really? Yeah. Really?
I know.
We'll get into that.
We'll get into
Raiden Blade, once again, $10 super chat. People were aggressive with Xbox with these smaller titles, but as you can see, it was the hardcore that were upset. The casual gamers it made Sea of Thieves a big success. Small games work. Just look at Roblox.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Raiden Blade once again, £2 super chat. What happened?
I was just saying some of the biggest games ever made, like Minecraft, or like they originated from small projects. Like,
No doubt. What else we got?
Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Miles, you just hit the nail right on the head with all his points for sure.
They loving Miles out here in the realm.
Mass Erect once again with the $5.
I think he's doing it because he likes when you said it. Continue.
Need to see Jim Ryan in hammer pants with these dance moves. Wow. Then we got Dano. Mike, nice to see you here. Enjoyed the episode with Pope. I'm asking the realm to please press that like button.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, guys, let me reiterate. How often do we ever get anybody with an association to PlayStation on this podcast speaking facts? And some of you guys are just arguing amongst yourselves and not listening.
Not listening.
Not listening.
I did not listening.
Oh, man.
Fighting the war. Fighting the good fight.
Fighting the fight amongst themselves. $2 super chat. Miles, dang mobile autocorrect. So I guess he said something in the Dano. The Dano super chat that was wrong. Face 23BK, $15 super chat. Thank you so much. Doom and gloom for Sony. We're only 5 months into the new gen. I think we're good for the next year and a half. But after that, then what happens?
We gotta see.
Tony Bryant, $5 super chat. To actually have a dev confirmation that Sony placed Metascore goals on studios is crazy. That can literally drive creativity out of the small studios.
Yeah, that's why I was letting Lord Chris spit his bars, man. He's giving me behind the lines. That was deep, man.
Okay, hold on, because there was a bunch that came in while I was reading off the document.
You got that?
Okay, I have it. Yeah, I got it.
Jimbo.
We got Jimbo
Jangles.
Hold on, I got it.
Jimbo Jangles. I like that name.
$5 super chat. Heard about you guys through Double Barrel Gaming. Just listened to the Collins show. Was straight fire. Just like this episode. Loving the content, dudes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Then we got Jean-Marc Louis, $2 super chat. Sony facing, let us buy you or we'll kill you, Microsoft.
Let me get the next one. Lord Assemble in the building. Good to see you, brother. I like that wrestling video that you did. Very, very cool. Lord Assemble.
No doubt. Then we have Gamers Play with the $5 super chat. Sony has since the PlayStation 3 era, every E3 to put on a show of tech and graphics over games. If you remember, Neo was shown during E3 2005 and arrived on the PlayStation 4.
Interesting.
Yeah, they've been able to do that. They've been able to talk about a game 4 years out and still maintain that. Then we have Dan Lazaro, $2 super chat. More King.
Hold on. Face said you missed his $15 super chat.
Don't think I did. I remember specifically. Hold on a second. $1.
Just want to make sure we ain't get face. You know what I'm saying?
I have the one that says
that Sony. He got to hold us down. Okay, we
good? The Doom and Gloom.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I saw it after.
Read it again, just to be on the safe side.
Face 23BK with the $15 super chat. Doom and Gloom for Sony. Okay. We're only 5 months in the new.
We got you, Face. We got you.
We got you.
No doubt. All right. So look, let's get into
the last one.
The Malik Tyler, $2 super chat. Microsoft has more money than Sony. Okay, we got that. Look, so let's get into it. The King has been waiting patiently. King, the news broke. The Blockbuster focus. What are your thoughts on this situation?
You guys did it. All you guys talking about them AAA bangers, you did it. All you guys talking about the Metacritic scores, you did it. You did all of this. You reap what you sow. This is exactly what you asked for. Anytime I talk to J-Dub, all he talks about Metacritic score and AAA bangers. Where's your bangers? Where's your Metacritic score? You did this. You did this to yourselves, and you're trying to figure out where did it go wrong.
He's reversing the who did that
and
for you.
Clearly,
it's at a point where it's absolutely sad now, because now you're like, oh, we don't like what's going on. This is why CEOs don't believe the consumer knows exactly what's good for them. Now, you guys basically ran out Sean Layden because his level of diversity and willingness to give IPs a chance and breathe inside Sony's ecosystem wasn't good enough. So now you got Jim Dance Moves Ryan. He told you from the beginning he was a money man. He was a numbers guy. He was going to trim the fat. So as soon as he gets in, he's trimming the fat. The fat happened to be the Japanese studios. What? No, I didn't know that was fat. Yeah, that's absolutely fat, and they're not producing in the manner that they want them to produce in. Right. So you have The Last of Us TV show / movie or whatever that's coming out. the fact that they're going to remake The Last of Us is not a shock, but it's also not a shock that they have branded their studios PlayStation Studios. Now, the test bed, as you're going to see in the next coming weeks, is MLB The Show.
Right.
You don't think Sony is not getting money from Microsoft? You're crazy. They're going to get money from Microsoft with that game being sold and monetized on their platform. As we alluded to on Game On Daily yesterday, with Ains explaining that there is a show part to the show where you can buy items and stuff
Dynasty,
like that.
yeah,
Yes. So you're buying these packs and you're spending money inside Game Pass. Right. Game Pass, in a sense, is kind of like a yin and yang of a blade, right? You go inside, you try these games, and then they have DLC. Now, let's say you don't purchase said game, but you purchase all the DLC in said game. Right. When the game is about to leave, you're left with DLC, so now you're going to have to go purchase the game. So it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to purchase said game at the end when it's about to leave, right? And you're going to get your percentage off. Game is going to be sold. Now, let's say MLB The Show does phenomenal. Sony has a whole backlog of games and catalog of IPs that they can just refresh and throw inside Game Pass under the Sony Studio brand for new people that never got a chance to play these games. Now, people are saying that Sony is just worrying about these AAA bangers. This is true.
Just to clarify, King, can you say what games?
Like Ape Escape. Let's just say Ape Escape right now, right? Let's just say they don't do anything. They don't up-res it. They don't do anything. They just put out Ape Escape inside Game Pass right now. It's already available on their platform, right? Nobody's buying it. But if Ape Escape hit Game Pass right now, the level of engagement of that game will go through the roof. So if you don't think Jim Dance Moves Ryan is not looking at money, it's going to go to PC. They have part business in the Epic Store. I'm pretty sure a lot of their stuff is going to go to the Epic Store first before it gets a chance to go to Steam to get that money from the PC. But it's about making money. Right. And everybody's confused at what Sony is doing right now. They know guaranteed these big AAA titles is going to make money because this is what you want to go for. They're not looking at Concrete Genie and saying that's the wave. That's not. And if it was the wave, then you guys should have supported it better. If you guys thought that what was that game Days Gone made so much money, I don't believe it did. I don't believe that it was financially. I don't believe it was. Listen, I don't believe that it was financially viable in the long term for them. Okay. When they're looking at it, they're saying, "Okay, we spend this amount of money to make it. We wanted to make
more." No, I get you. I get you. Yeah.
Right, and it didn't hit Last of Us numbers. Right. Is that a detriment to it? Yes. And that Metacritic thing, I told you guys before, it will come back to bite you. This would be the problem, and this is the problem now. So, all right. So I already told you, Sony is dead. This console. This
you are standing on your square.
I'm standing on it. I think this is the last Sony console for these reasons. Why waste money on making hardware? Why wait? Because they're not making a ton of money off of hardware at all right now. Okay. They're making money off the software sold. Why not stand on your software to get your software to as many platforms? Because if Microsoft does hit that mythical number of 50 million, then you know the race is absolutely lost. And you putting out a PlayStation 6 doesn't make any sense at all because that number will only increase. So if you're a AAA studio and one of the best in the business, you can get The Last of Us 2 remake on the Xbox platform and make tons of money. Why wouldn't you want Sony to make tons of money? Now, these plastic warriors that are championing only the machine, you're wishing for the downfall of the Sony brand. When Sega got out of the hardware business because the hardware business was shackling them, because they was forced out, basically, because they couldn't compete. Right. Sony's in a situation where they cannot compete. Right?
Already?
It's the generation started, there was 18 million in the hole.
So you go in services. We go PS Now versus Game Pass. So because of the services battle, not the hardware battle, this is over.
Hardware doesn't matter.
Okay.
Go ahead, Daddy.
I've usually 100% with you. But look, there's more to just selling their first party. They get a cut from all this stuff going on in their third party stuff. They like to sell you subscriptions, regardless what people say. Right. Sony loves selling you subscriptions too. They make a lot of money off PlayStation Plus. They get a cut out of every game that comes on there. You know, they probably make a ton of money just off Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm.
So like I get what you're saying. I feel like consoles are out the door anyway. It's just you know, maybe 7-8 years from now.
Yeah.
Maybe we have one more generation of consoles, and that's really pushing it. I feel like it's going to be a subscription service thing. It's going to be something that you play on your PC. So that's just an app, or it's going to be something that you plug in your TV and it's just an app.
Right.
I think
both of them is going in that direction.
Right.
But I think one is going to get there a whole lot faster.
Well, no. I agree with them there because at the end of the day, Microsoft is preparing for this. That's why I said earlier, I do feel like Sony knows it's going that way because they have invested into that. They even talked to Microsoft about using their servers for stuff like that.
Right.
So they clearly know, you know, some way down the line, console is going to be irrelevant, and they're going to have some form of subscription service to start building on. Right. And I think that's what they've been doing with PlayStation now.
Mm-hmm. Now, as far as them being Marvel actually, this is where I will give you the differences between them being Marvel and them actually being DC. Right.
Oh, DC. Oh, my
yeah.
God.
And it is nothing wrong with a lot of the DC movies. They are hit or miss here and there, but they do give you the blockbuster movies. Right. And their cadence is very long in the tooth. Microsoft is the difference with the Game Pass. You get a lot of those. Y'all keep missing those smaller movies that don't hit inside that whole ecosystem of MCU, which is like Captain Marvel and stuff like that. They're successful, but they're not those Metacritic type of movies. Right. Sony, in the sense that when they do hit with like a Batman, they're going to give you Batman again, Batman again, Batman again.
Well, that's what it seems like they're doing now.
Right.
So they're going to do their own Halo, Gears, and Forza.
This is what they're going to do. And there's nothing wrong with, Jim Ryan looking at the numbers and appeasing, because everybody wants Jim out. Jim is going nowhere. All right. He's making money for the board. The board is getting paid, and that's the only thing that matters. Now, back to that GQ.
Same thing that happened with Phil. Phil was making Microsoft money. Why would they get rid of someone making?
And he's and he's doing it in a manner that's completely different because he's bringing respectability back to the Microsoft brand. But back to that GQ article.
Right.
They asked Jim what he does in his spare time.
Right.
Video games wasn't there.
That is true. That is the concern of a lot by the Sony fan base. Definitely.
That's the problem. You have a numbers guy whose concerns and enjoyment is outside of what his actual job is. And when that happens, you don't have love for what you're doing. You're just going to do a job. Just like you said, Miles, you said you were working in a job that was paying you well, but that was something else. And that wasn't where your heart was. It's like empty carbs, right? So you wanted a fulfilling meal, and you went and you got a fulfilling meal. Yeah, it doesn't pay as much as that, but in the long term, you're happy, you're smiling, and you're going to do something else. Phil is in a job that he's loved, and he's grown up in that job from the bottom up all the way up to the top.
Factual.
The difference when the head of of your company, of your brand, is in love with the product that he's with.
It's a difference.
I don't believe that Jim Dance Moves Ryan is in love with the PlayStation brand. I believe it's a job that he goes to, and if he's brought in to do a job, which is cut numbers and trim the fat, that's the problem. And you guys read what you sow. You ask for these, and you're gonna get these bangers.
Better critic in people's face, and that's what it was, King.
But they're gonna do exclusive deals throughout the time to hold in the period, but. Like Ains said, and I got to give Ains credit.
Gaming.
At what point in time when you go to Square Enix and Square says, you know what, we put one of our older games on Game Pass and we had 30 million people look at it and probably 10 million people download it and pay for it. I don't think us doing an exclusive 2-year deal is viable for us in this manner. I'm gonna have to reject that because I can make more money putting it on Game Pass. Right. Okay. You know, so at no point in time do I think 50 million is worth all the money that they're going to make, because I think those exclusive deals that anyone is signing with Sony right now is going to hurt them in the long run when they're seeing money being made on Game Pass.
Right. So you're looking at the what I call it, a war going on, the timed exclusive mindset from Sony versus the Game Pass day and date mindset of Xbox, as far as that you're feeling that may be more lucrative to the third party to say, hey, we getting this engagement, you know, we're seeing the data that supports it's a bit more successful to do this kind of a deal as opposed to the older model, so to speak.
Yes, and you see where Microsoft moved away from the time exclusive stuff,
right?
Because Phil said that wasn't sustainable,
right?
And that we didn't understand what he was talking about, but they were building up a model that was sustainable for the future and more beneficial from a AAA standpoint to a single A standpoint to the indie titles. And I don't like the moniker AAA and AA and single A, because that devalues all the hard work a developer puts into a game. I'm playing the Rooter Boy right now, and I'm probably butchering the name, but I think that game is as equally as important as Outriders is, because that was day and date.
But that there you go. This is what Game Pass does.
Thank you.
It democratizes the selling of games, because no matter what, every month you're giving that $15. Whatever you choose to play in that ecosystem is up to you. You can play the third party AAA exclusive or whatever the case may be, or you can play the small game. Either way, the way you find those games is essentially the same. They've done really well with finding a way to sort of bring all of their new stuff up to bubble up to the top. Right. So it's up to you. So if you're paying a flat rate across the board, it democratizes how people look at games. Right. You don't see that. You stop looking at that. Oh, this is AAA. This is AA. It's all just games. And I think that's what they've been very successful at doing, at creating this space where the idea of the hierarchy, if you're somebody like us, a hardcore who knows about that, you know what game is what type of game.
Right.
But for the masses that they're trying to sort of jump onto this bandwagon, they're just games.
Right.
And I think that's where Sony's losing it a little bit.
No, for you. Let me jump in, because I know we got super long this topic. I gotta get my bars off. We gotta move on. Look, I definitely, from shout out to Miles, who made fantastic point. Did not know about that missed that GQ article of Ryan, so that was cool. And again, shout out to Lord Chris, because again, just hearing the mindset, you rarely get to hear that. But also, I want to shout out Lord Jason. We've had him in the realm before, and I know he's a polarizing figure for some. But at the end of the day, as far as investigative reporting, I just want to say, like, people's reputations are on the line, right? So when this type of stuff comes out, where you would call it whistleblowing or whatever, if this information is not correct, his credibility is going to get destroyed. So we have to be careful.
And notice no one has came out with any kind of statement. Like, if you think about it, all his stuff, name one person that has came out and blasted him.
Exactly. And here's the thing. That's why we have to be careful when these type of reports come out from someone who's reputable, but that just because it's our favorite platform and our thing that, all of a sudden now we have to question. So I always find it funny with gamers when it's against your platform of choice or your game of choice, that if this investigative reporter comes out with, has a reputable reputation, all of a sudden this person was wrong about this one thing back in 85, so I don't know if I can trust it. Let's be easy. You know what I'm saying? So look, here's the thing. Everybody's made great points. Here's how. This is me. There are some red flags here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here sugarcoat it. King has been trying to push me towards this for a while. But this article bothered me for 2 points. One, the Last of Us 1 portion of it. When we're remaking a remake. I don't know about y'all, but I don't know who's clamoring for this. Who's running out saying, we just had this.
But I can say why that
is
I
know
viable.
why. I know why. Trust me, I'm about to flip it.
But they're going to change the faces on the characters to go with the TV
go with
show
the movie. I
or
know
the movie or whatever
this
that
is pure business. You got a movie coming out. Let's make that old one, put it, package it, and then guess what? We throw factions on top that you've been waiting for. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. Gamers can sit here and say all this. It's gonna work because you're gonna see Joel with Pedro Pascal face, and you're gonna be
I don't think they're doing that.
Well, I mean, whatever they do,
I think they are.
They gonna do it, and it's gonna work. The issue I have is, again, the unrest when people are saying, hey, I don't necessarily want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Or from a studio standpoint, right? When you have these type of decisions, right? And then the second point, you know, is the Ben Studio thing really bothered me. The Ben Studio bothered me 2 reasons. One, I'm really connected to it because, you know, shout out to Lord MJ the boss, and I'm like, I interviewed this dev team. Like, I was there during the early stages of Days Gone. Like, it had the horde mechanic. It had enough of unique things in it that was interesting. It's up on ILP YouTube. You don't believe me? I got, you know, an interview with the devs, and it was great to see, you know, them give us a walkthrough and stuff like that. So to see them finally break through, get an IP, and the thing about, was it perfect? No, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it wasn't perfect. The bike controls, I have definitely had issues with the bike controls. But the thing for me was like, it deserved a sequel. And like Addict said it best, it's like, I could understand if it flopped. If you would have been like, yo, this thing flopped, okay, cool. But guess what? I was looking at April 2019 MPD, and the top 3 are these 3 games. Mortal Kombat 11, which was multi-plat and on Switch, was number 1 for that month. Number 2 was Days Gone. Number 2 versus a multi-plat of Mortal Kombat, which has epic, you know what I'm saying, appeal. So you meaning to tell me that this is not enough? This does not quantify as a success. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I feel like that Metacritic score has something to do with it.
Right.
To deserve a sequel. That bothers me. And the thing about it is, look, you know, I'm not going to say doom and gloom. I'm not going there. All I'm saying is, like Sov said, you start getting into this pattern of, oh, you know, we got to just keep pumping up the zillion sellers or whatever it is, right? Then you find yourself into that Big Mac, Log, Schweizer, the Shake, Gears, Forza, Halo, things that people accuse Xbox of last generation. You know what I'm saying? Because look, short term, you're going to be fine. Short term, you're going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? These are beloved franchises and stuff like that. But you better hope the quality maintains what it is, right? And that the base doesn't get tired of it. Because at the end of the day, like Miles said, I don't know about y'all, but I fell in love with Sony that had these unique experiences that you could only get, that, like Lord Chris was saying, that allowed developer creativity. I was the Wipeout guy. And people could say, oh, well, that didn't sell, they go and bid. But here's the thing. If you have enough of those little things, you get a new person into your ecosystem. You get another new person into your ecosystem. That's a person that falls in love with Sony just because of that one thing. You see what I'm saying? That's how you build it. And that's literally the success they just had with the PlayStation 4. Like, if it's not broke, you know what I'm saying, don't fix it. And here's the other thing. Like, we can't act like these games don't, you know, they cost a lot. So, God forbid you mess up, slip on the banana peel on one. That's another problem. But look, last thing I'll say is this. You know, I know everybody going to doom and gloom. I'm not there yet. Or I will say this, and I've said this before to a lot of people ad nauseum. Every generation is a clean slate. Every generation, I don't care how much reputation you had the last one, you still got to show and prove, you still got to produce, right? So at the end of the day, I use like a sports analogy. You could have the most talent, the highest players, the quality players, and you get a new coach and a new GM. That doesn't necessarily mean success is going to translate. You still have to execute. And we're going to see, you know, because you're going up against a Microsoft.
I got a question.
Go ahead, go for it.
Like just for that one part. This is the genius, and Phil Dominus Maximus is really expensive.
Let's go.
That clean slate is kind of not true anymore. Right? Because when the platform is Game Pass, and let's not fool ourselves into believing that the platform is not Game Pass.
It's Game Pass, for sure.
The platform is Game Pass. Xbox is the brand. Microsoft is the parent company.
Right.
But the platform and the Trojan horse to get to your TVs and to everything is Game Pass, right? This transcends generations because you're taking these people, these subscribers, through every generation. So every generation is like going into a baseball game and you're playing the Yankees and they come in with you come in with a 0 score on your scoreboard, but they start off with 5.
Right.
And this is, at what point does that become an insurmountable lead?
I'm about to get there.
For the competitor. This is good. Yeah, this is
where
what
I'm
I'm
building
talking
to.
about.
Because at the end of the day, your competitor, Microsoft, right? Their competitor has looking at every perceived weakness you got, right? Then, like King is saying, you've got Game Pass, this platform with an open checkbook to pretty much go after what they consider or perceive. You see the Octopath Travelers, we see, you know what I'm saying, the Outriders, we see the MLB, the show. They are making cold-blooded, calculated moves. And then this is the last point I'm going to say. And Solve, I think you're going to feel me here. At some point, all these little things start to add up. You believe in generations, smart delivery, closing digital storefronts, no back compat plan, closing Japan studios, studio unrest, you know, third parties, not really day and date. You put it in for a second, but you're getting the PS4 version and you take it out. And then, like, all these little things start to add up to the casual person. And all of a sudden, you could find yourself getting overwhelmed and lose a generation. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying doom and gloom, but they better be very careful. Microsoft is very serious this generation. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm concerned. This is the first time I'm like, now granted, most times you don't get to see behind the curtain like in this article. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen at Microsoft and game. I'm not going there. But that Days Gone portion and taking a studio off and people being forced into support roles and one studio having all the power, things add up. You just got to be careful. Go ahead, Attic, and I'm done.
And keep in mind, it's not just Ben Studio. They had a studio that was that they built that didn't have a name yet. Right. And it was, they were helping other studios, and instead of rewarding them and, maybe give them a smaller title, we ain't even going to name you. Right. Like, you don't got a name. You don't deserve a name.
Shadow Studio.
Think how bad that is. Like, a studio is helping people in development, and Sony won't even name them. They won't even acknowledge.
I had a joke for that, but it's not funny.
I mean,
I just left that joke alone.
Let me just finish off.
Yeah, finish off. Super long.
And
well, it was
in real life. In real life, when you show a preference to one child, it's not good.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah,
and it applies to so many situations in business as well. A couple of weeks ago, when the Bethesda deal was finalized, and we had an idea of how things were going to work at Microsoft, friend of the show Ryan McCaffrey had a take that many people were not happy about. Where he said, pull people off of Grounded, kill Grounded, pull people off of Avowed, and everybody bend the knee to Bethesda and go finish Elder Scrolls as fast as possible.
I love right. You know,
many people did not agree with that. And why? Because it would destroy everything that Microsoft had been working towards to that point, which is a diversity of catalog, which includes big blockbuster games, and which includes allowing the voice of each individual studio that they own to resonate and shine through in their own way. This is the tent pole. This is the pillar of what Sony was built
doing.
On.
It's like a role reversal. It's like we're in the Twilight Zone.
And you know what's crazy? Like, let's say Microsoft did that. They pulled people off of the Outer Worlds too, I think, and they pulled people off Grounded. And instead of, like, obviously when stuff is concluded and people move on to Avowed, those individuals could have had ideas that push Avowed to the next level, and they could have another Skyrim on their hand. But they're working on something else they want to work on.
And the last point, so I'll get right back to, it's like what made them great is the cultivation aspect. Like, not everything was a home run out the first
out of the box,
and they let it develop, like Lord Chris was saying, and then that sequel. It like you said with the 67, like it started to blow up.
You don't get Uncharted 2, 3, and 4. You don't get The Last of Us if you don't allow Uncharted 1 to live.
Right.
The dude before Jim Ryan, he said, Sean Layden, he said that, look, like, the way we like to do it is the bigger studios, the Naughty Dogs, they make the money to fund the smaller stuff.
Right.
You know, sure, we have one thing that sells 30 million. You know, with some of the extra money we made from that, we like to fund the little stuff, so that way in 10 years the little stuff is making Naughty Dog money because we nurtured them to where they are.
And you know what's crazy? King gonna love this. If you've been paying attention to Sean Layden Twitter, y'all.
He's been liking everything.
He's been liking everything. Every little get Jim Ryan out of here, bring back Sean Layden. This man, so clearly the relationship either is some NDA. You cannot talk about what happened. And it was clearly
most likely it's NDA.
A big
They're
disagreement.
Like, do you want this severage package? You gonna
really,
sign
bro,
this right
he's
now?
not even hiding his disgust and loving it.
But the thing is this, because he loved the company. Sean played games.
Right.
He loved where he was working. And I told you, Jim Dance Moves Ryan is complicit with what is going on and what is transpiring.
Right.
Sean would trickle down the money to the lowest studios to bring the lowest studios up to get the quality up to where he felt it needed to be and cultivate. That's when you're walking through your business and then you're watering all the plants and not watering just the roses.
Exactly.
You know, the dandelions need love too.
Yes.
So when you have Jim Dance Moves Ryan comes through
like the
and the quality is higher on the roses. The roses is selling. They're a big seller on Mother's Day, and we are worrying about the Mother's Day numbers and not worrying about the rest of the stuff numbers. That's the problem. But I'm gonna tell you guys again. You did it. All right? You did it. Don't cry.
They throw that Metacritic in people's face.
No, it's like Miles said. It's this fear of the fan base, right? And in a way, the fear is kind of fraudish too, because he fears the fan base and he's making the changes anyway. Like it doesn't matter, right?
He's double talking.
Money is what speaks.
And you know, I do want to point out before we move on, like, look, it's all funny games. We have this console war stuff that's fun, like, that's nice to poke the bears sometimes, but like we don't want to play. Besides King, I know King.
Yeah, King wants them destroyed. Yes, we know.
Like,
continue.
We're like we don't want PlayStation.
And according to some in the chat, that means all of us.
Yeah, that means all of us.
King
said it all. We all
don't
believe
want
that.
We don't want PlayStation to feel comfortable enough and ended up derailing their whole plan, because then that, guess what, at the end of this generation Microsoft might start feeling themselves, and then we're going to start this effect over and over again.
Once they're done,
we want both. Hold up, let me talk before you say your foolishness. We want both of them to
let me finish before y'all say y'all foolishness. How about that?
Continuously all the time.
Saw finish, and then we got to move on.
We have to move on.
Yeah.
So listen, end of the day, those of you who are capping for this type of movement, saying there's nothing wrong with this in the long term,
I've been hearing that.
That is a problem, because first of all, Sony has how many? 12 studios. If you have 23 studios like Microsoft has, and your goal is to make that type of game at every single one of those studios, once you get going and once you get a release cadence, you could do it. But you're talking about half of that, right? There are going to be so many empty spaces in there that if you don't make these second party deals for everything, they're going to be humongous gaps.
The sign. She's not into you anymore.
Precisely. She's not into you anymore. She's not into you anymore. They're going to give you what they're going to give you.
She forgot your birthday. She's not cooking.
But I'm telling you right now, you need to look at the history of PlayStation and what made PlayStation what it is.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
like,
over. They're not doing that.
Basically, they ushered in 3D gaming, right? You can talk about Super Mario 64 and all that, but at the end of the day, PlayStation is what brought 3D gaming to the forefront to the masses in a way that, and you guys are forgetting what made them them. And when you do that, when you forget where you came from, you are doomed to make mistakes when you're aspiring to things that you don't need to be.
It's not recoverable. This is the problem. You guys need to accept the reality of what's going on. It's like, okay, so MLB The Show is coming on Xbox next week. You guys, listen. Chris just told you they left. They lost the F1 license. It ain't been back. Listen, it happens, and you have to move on. It's over.
It's over.
You have a PlayStation in your house. You got a good 2-year run on this thing going.
You know what? I say this. If PlayStation ever wants to get back to that old narrative about we care about our players, we care about our console, we care about our ecosystem and growing that, they will turn around and tell MLB to stuff it. We're not making this game anymore. Right. I'm telling you.
Not after they see that money off of Game Pass.
And there you go. But that is a Jim Ryan move, right? Same thing. I feel like you have Ken of Bridge of Spirits coming out soon, right? What I would do, you put that game on PS Plus, you put that game on PS Now, you do everything in your power to make it feel like that game is a Sony game.
But the only thing is if the business model can actually support that structure. But
look, let me ask you a question.
We got to get Chris in.
I just want to say this one part.
Right,
I just want to say this one part. Really, seriously. Yes. And this is for the whole panel.
Yes.
It's over.
It's over.
No. How many people believe they're going to do that?
Nobody. But I'm not gonna sit. Well, I'm not gonna sit here. Why would you just want me to echo what you're saying?
No, I don't want you to echo what I'm saying.
Like,
I know what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is this: you have to create the scenarios where there's opposition to what you're saying.
Right. So you're just saying it for the sake of being
no, not contrarian at all. But I have to say this: like the past month, I've been agreeing with you too much. I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't like Prophet King. I don't like Prophet
King. So you see what I'm up against, right? He said he's just gonna make a scenario where there's pie in the sky. This game that we've been,
but it isn't pie in the sky though. It's not pie in the sky. He's just
gonna put it on PlayStation Plus right now, which is, listen,
is it sustainable for them?
Hell no, it's not.
Now tell me this though, King. Is it the right move to make? Is it the right move to make?
Wait. Now, just the same way that you've been agreeing with me, the right move for them to make, I can give them a ton of moves for them to make.
All right. Besides putting the game on Game Pass.
You're talking to somebody that wants the demise of Sony.
I feel you.
So at the same time, I'm not going to say yes because I want the demise. So
yeah, but I'm telling you to give me a hypothetical. You don't want the demise of them. Tell
what
me
I would do right now.
Is it the right move for them to make?
If I cared about the fan base and I was a CEO and I cared about the fan base, every game from this day forward that we will release will be on PlayStation Now day and date, because it doesn't change the fact that the game could be purchased. But this is the difference between Microsoft games and PlayStation games. The games are done between 8 and 10 hours. It's a one and done. And if you're in the PlayStation Now ecosystem and you download one of their games, you beat it and it's done. You don't go back. They will never get a recurring dollar. Right. That's the problem. They have to change how they fundamentally make games, and they're not going to do that. And that's the pigeonhole.
Very last. Come on, son. If you are somebody who really, really loves PlayStation and cares about PlayStation, this should bother you. Period.
Okay.
Period.
Lord Chris, let's put a bow on this because we have gone past the mark.
Now, I just wanted to touch on from like a developer's standpoint. So, this whole kind of remake of a remake. So, if you're a dev who's set up on a sports title or a racing title, you're kind of in a cycle where you kind of offset your new features, and you kind of know what you're doing. So, you've got a limited period to release, but what you're doing is you start early on the next release so you can get those kind of tweaks in and you can improve. You can listen to the fans and so on and so forth. And you're used to that cycle for, a decade. It could be, could be 2 decades, like if you look at MLB. but you're used to that kind of cycle. So if you're a studio kind of creating a game, and this is kind of the heartache of kind of game development, and one of the reasons why I've not gone back into it, by the time your development ends and you release that product to the wider audience, and kind of all your friends are seeing it for the first time, and they want to kind of, play Killzone 2 with you. They want you to join the team, and they want all this kind of stuff. You are sick to death of that game because you've lived with it for kind of 4 years. And what you want to do is you want to move on, as I say, unless you're in kind of a sports cycle where you kind of know exactly what you're up to and you are improving. You want to move on. And the last thing that a dev studio wants to do is then make a remake of that game that they're sick of. So if you're then in a dev studio, which is now making a remake that they kind of, okay, we'll put up with it. Right. But now you're making a remake of the remake. This is the reason why they're losing a lot of talent. And any studio it's not just Sony, the studios lose talent because that kind of remake cycle, you are absolutely sick to death. And what you want to do is you want to kind of stretch your creative muscle. You want to work on something different. You want to work on a concept. You want to kind of put that behind. Let it kind of live its life.
We haven't asked whether Naughty Dog is okay with kind of being saddled with having to make The Last of Us again.
Right.
If they're okay with that.
We got to save it, brother. We got to put time. This is crazy. All right. Here's the deal. I got to ask Lord Miles, out of respect, because this man has been patient. He's been here. First of all, how much more time do you have? If you have to go, I will give you an outro. I'm not kicking you out, but I know we are going way longer than intended, so I have to be respectful of you. How are you doing time wise?
I can keep hanging. It's all gravy.
Oh, my man. Okay, I feel this is.
I think at this point our guests know what's up.
Listen, you know what you're getting into with the Lords, but I still have to ask.
No, I agree. But when I do it, it's a problem. So,
but I'm nicer. I'm nicer when I do it. Anyway,
you're basically kicking them out. Alex.
Exactly. So what I'm going to do, we do the super chats. We'll combine the last two topics as a quick hit, and then we'll get up out of here. Is that cool, Realm? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Good with that. All right. So super
if I say no, it's still gonna happen.
Yes, you're still gonna happen. I control the narrative. Let's get the super chat, yo.
Hold on, let me roll back here. And no, actually, Raiden Blade, $2 super chat. Saab, get your glasses on. No, I'm not gonna put my glasses on. Just for you, I'm gonna be blind the rest of the time.
hit him with that old man. Tell him put his glasses on.
No, listen, I'm blind as hell. But some of these super chats, I love y'all. But some of these super chats don't have any punctuation. So
look, they only have so many characters. They're not wasting characters on
punctuation. Let me see. We have Tony Bryant, $5 super chat. To actually have we have that one already. Actually, no, it's Raiden Blade. Stop, get your glasses on, bro.
Salute.
Then we got Lord Roughness, $5 super chat. Can we give Xbox the generation win? By this point, Sony had won in 2013 with all the Xbox missteps. Xbox dominating positive mindshare for months. Still too early to see. I think, I don't think so. Post up with the $5 super chat. Do Sony have to pay Microsoft a 30% store fee since MLB is on their store, or did that get negated in the deal? Well, I don't know where that money goes.
They would still have to pay for that.
Is it really? Because I'm thinking MLB gets that money because they're publishing, but I'm not sure how that works.
I think it's just one of those scenarios where MLB agreed to publish because it's going on another platform. Like to me, I don't know that's a maybe MLB and Sony split that. Like
could be. I don't know. Yeah, and we got Pure Skill 7 with the $15 super chat. Do you guys think many of PlayStation Studio games have an inflated perception? PlayStation 4 first-party games were the only games in town due to the industry and fans writing off anything Xbox produced. This goes back to what King said. Y'all did this. You created a narrative where only that matters. And that's just difficult to sustain. It really is. Across every single one of your studios. Then we got Face with the $15 super chat.
Sony.
It was not Sony's decision to put the show on Game Pass. It was MLB. Sony will not put God of War on Game Pass at King.
I'm with him. I think that.
Okay, well, when that happens, I want you to come right back in. I want you to super chat. When that game is no longer selling, this is the difference.
Don't worry, dude. You're never gonna have to do this.
Business dude and a dude that's sitting there from the sidelines cheering for plastic.
Sidelines.
I said Sonic will never be on a Nintendo platform, and I was running around. That's when I was a plastic warrior like yourself, and then I had to look in my horror and look at Sonic on a Nintendo platform. So I say this to you, sir: when God of War is running around on that Xbox platform, I want you back in my DM.
You want that
super chat here? I want you present and accounted for because it's gonna happen the demise of Sony is imminent. It's written on the wall. You don't want to see it because you want to be blind to what's going on over here. But Microsoft
now guess what?
Real cash.
People are gonna comment. Said the Iron Lords.
The Iron Lord, yeah, they say the entire Iron Lords feel this way. Yeah.
They compare God of War to Sonic. Is God of War's coming to play?
Listen, I think we've learned enough to know that just never say never.
Yeah, because MOB the show's coming out
saying
next week,
never.
and I'm playing it without a PlayStation controller. Shout out to me.
Time. Move on for being messy.
And we got Gerald Mac, $5 super chat. I can't cap LordCognito. I love to hear Lord Sovereign say my name live on TV.
So I'll be killing it, no doubt.
Then we have Captain Chats with the £5 super chat. The reason PlayStation shut down the legacy stores to remake those games and charge $70 a pop, £70 a pop, and would this be your filler between those bangers? Well, that's the thing. That was the plan, right? Kind of this will be the filler, bringing those older games up to speed. But you know, The Last of Us is 8 years old.
Yeah. What else we got?
Pixelbit G, $5 super chat. Can we get a "you did this" pointing finger emoji? Also,
you'll get a "who did this" for you.
Also, PC has a PS3 emulator, so Sony can put PS3 to 1 emulators on Game Pass with Microsoft's help. Cause messy. I said messy.
Continue.
And we got Mass Erect with the $2 super chat. Amen, Pastor King.
Yes.
Then we have Hectic World, $5 super chat. Sony timed exclusives is bad because you still have to buy the game. Game Pass has more choices to play at all levels of games. Democratization of games, yes.
No doubt.
Lord Roughness, $5 super chat. Real talk. I see a trailer for a new game and I'm there waiting till the end to see Game Pass day one.
Okay.
Facts.
Then we have the Wise Old Gamer, $5 super chat. People keep complaining that Xbox is just Halo, Gears, and Forza. With this, it seems Sony is going to be just Uncharted, Last of Us, and Horizon.
No doubt. Facts. No doubt. Let's do it. And Gran Turismo.
Moving on. Every 10 years. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Then we got Stu Jersey with the $20 super chat. ILP, y'all been killing it lately. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Then we have Free R. Kelly.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him. He riding for his man.
Hell no.
Let's go.
Keep him right where he is.
Step in the name of love. Let's go.
Oh,
then we got $5 super chat. Why remake The Last of Us when they could remake Jack and Daxter? That's what we really want. And anyway, finish Jack's story as an adult. That would be very.
They don't want that. They want stop it.
The remix to ignition.
And you know, we got almost 800 people in here. Hit that like button. Let's get that over 400 before the end of the show.
God. Pixelbit G, $2 super chat. MK isn't a fair comparison. Fighters are niche. Yes, but if there's a fighter that kind of breaks out of a little bit of that niche, it is MK. It has more of a wide appeal. We have a movie coming out in a week or two.
Time on soft. Keep going.
Sorry. Then we have Dan Lazaro.
And we'll be doing an R&R on Mortal Kombat.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Dan Lazaro, $5 super chat. PlayStation and Jim Ryan is like the fighter who wants to concentrate on Hollywood and doesn't put his heart into training. PS Blockbusters or PS is Blockbuster. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Could be. The Wise Old Gamer once again, $5 super chat. Uncharted 1 was okay.
Okay.
It didn't hit like its stride until the second. Sony used to know how to grow a franchise. It looks like Game Pass got Sony running scared. I don't know. It just make no sense to me. Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Interloper. Grounded is still in beta. Yeah, Interloper in the chat was being.
He be going hard. Interloper go hard. He gonna get his propaganda off. You gonna learn about what he feel about business. Shout out to Interloper.
Then we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Xbox isn't going to kill Avowed at Obsidian to speed up the Elder Scrolls. Avowed and Elder Scrolls 6 will be like Fallout 3 and 4-1-2 Punch and what? New Vegas 1-2 Punch. Yeah, that is true. That was not a take I enjoyed. No, Gamer by Choice, $5 super chat. Remember, Jim Ryan said they were going to make less but bigger games.
Yep.
These seems to go in line with that statement. This may be bad for Sony.
Okay.
It is bad. It's over.
Moving on.
Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Kenna is coming to Game Pass, right? Probably. I would see that. Definitely.
Day and date. It'd be crazy.
All right. And we got what? Hectic?
Hectic World, $5 super chat. We'll be playing Kenna on Epic for PC. Forget Sony. They're going to move on. Wow. And we have Mass Erect once again, $2 super chat. The Book of X is going to give it to you.
This man love his name. I know that.
Yeah.
Continue.
Where are we at? Hold on.
Shane Tomlin. Oh, I got it. £5 super chat. If it was me, I take every off Horizon Zero Dawn 2, Gears, God of War 2, Spider-Man 2, and then on the remake of of Last of Us, the Book of X. Shane,
all right, I got it for that.
Okay.
Stitch with the $5 super chat. Please let the Xbox prophet run loose. His gospel has become very powerful on these streets. The Book of X.
Salute. All right. Flame.
King definitely gets his bars up. Flame, $2 super chat. Let's welcome Sony Santa Monica alongside San Diego.
Let's welcome like they cover the Xbox like it's some
yeah, like they're developers. Malik Tyler, $1 super chat. Thank you so much for the support, brother.
He's agreeing with me.
Then we have Mariano Pompa, $5 super chat. Probably never going to happen, but which one is more likely? PlayStation having Game Pass or more Sony games going to Game Pass?
More Sony games.
Never say never.
Stick up.
I'm done with saying never.
Right now, your man Arkells.
Yeah, then we got Hot Grits with the $5 super chat. With Game Pass, does bloat become an issue? You can find games easy, but there is only 300 games. And what about when it's 1,000 plus? Will that hurt small games? I think Microsoft is good about rotating games in and out. I don't really think they're gonna have that 1,000 game slate. That would just be too much. Then we have Free R. Kelly with the $5.
He coming for King.
King, you sound like a buster. God of War will never go to Game Pass.
And you sound like a fanboy warrior. and listen, it was somebody that played MLB The Show that felt the same way. And when the news came down, he was like, well, they got to pay for it. They're going to get that quality, Christopher Hart. And then it came to Game Pass date and date. The same day you get to play, I get to play too. But I preloaded mine. I downloaded mine. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to boot it up for the free. And I'm going to do this in spite. I'm not going to pay a nickel. I'm not going to buy the game, but I'm going to enjoy it.
And as soon as it hit Game Pass, the narrative was like, nobody cares about MLB.
Yeah, nobody cares about MLB. You ain't going to care about God of War either.
We got one more super chat. Sean Jackson, $5 super chat. King, in regards to the show, I said 2 weeks ago it won't be Game Pass being on PlayStation. It's going to be Sony trying to get games on Game Pass.
Yeah.
All right. Look, quick hitters. This crazy long show.
Yeah.
4 hours. So we're going to just ask both questions at the same time, which is, again, recap. We hear the rumors. Shout out to Jeff Grubby Grub. Got a chance to rock with him about the Kojima thing. You know, we're hearing rumors of them possibly working together with a publication of the next game and possibly Phil Spencer's shelf in discussion once again. And then the second thing is obviously the E3 announcement. The ESA has announced that it will be coming back 2021. So quick hitters. Let's start with Lord Miles. The Kojima news. What do you think about that? And then E3, of course.
Yeah, so I actually had homie Jeff Grubb on the podcast about a month ago, and we were deep diving in all the shelf conspiracy theories, and that was like kind of running rampant. And we were talking about the fact that, you know, there's a reason Ludens, the mascot of Kojima Productions, is right next to the illuminated Xbox logo. Like Phil Spencer's shelf is just full of little teases for the future.
I saw your video breaking it down.
Yeah, so it's fun to go down the rabbit hole and, you know, wildly speculate about the conspiracy theories. But the collaboration with Kojima Productions, I think at this point is, you know, definitely more than a rumor. I think if you're Phil Spencer, you're not teasing something like that on that level unless you have some kind of solid
lockdown
plan. Yeah, you don't just tease that casually. And that was the most obvious, egregious tease, like on his whole shelf. That was like front and center. I've got some other information that I can't unfortunately share. So
WindowsCentral. Let's debut it
Miles,
on ILP.
You used the word solid there. Does that mean anything, sir?
No, okay, no, that actually was just a coincidence. I'm looking into that one. But yeah, I've got some details from some people that they don't confirm anything, so I'm not going to confirm anything. But Phil Spencer has been talking to Kojima in some way, shape, or form on some serious levels. So that one, I'm expecting something. I'm also expecting Death Stranding to come to Xbox.
I'm with you there.
Well,
I think that's a perfect.
I think that's very, very
likely.
likely.
Own the IP?
Yeah. Well, it's published by PlayStation, but yeah, that's one that I would stay tuned to see some more details on Kojima coming to Game Pass in a couple ways. The E3 stuff is kind of interesting. Last year, the conversations were E3's dead. No one cares about E3. RIP. I'm glad it's going away. This year, there's more kind of like kumbaya. People are pretty happy. You know, Phil Spencer came out with his statement. Doug Bowser came out with his statement about, you know, E3 is great because it brings the gaming industry together and we can share our combined passion for gaming in one beautiful space. And, you know, as corny as it is, I do appreciate that message. And I think that's what a lot of people in the gaming industry love about E3 is the fact that it's just this kind of back-to-back marathon of everything that's great about gaming. All these people are excited to showcase these big projects they've been working on for years and years. And all eyes, regardless of, you know, if you're invested in the industry, like CNN, bigger outlets like that report on it as well. So it brings the industry as a whole into the forefront in the way of, like, you look at the Oscars or the Academy Awards.
Super Bowl, baby. Super Bowl of gaming.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm excited to see what's going on. There's also like the rumors of the Xbox and Nintendo collaboration that have kind of like sparked up again because of Doug Bowser and Phil Spencer. Basically, their message was almost identical. If you look on their Twitter like pages, like what Phil Spencer said and what Doug Bowser said is like comically similar. And
complicit.
I love it. It's, you know, I love Phil because he kind of rings across somebody who does love gaming. So I get it. Like you could easily look at what Phil Spencer says and spin it as like BS PR, like, oh, he's just saying this just to say it, but he's been around the block too long to just say that without any sort of meaning to it. So I'm stoked to see what E3 has to offer. I know a lot of the conversations of this has been, you know, PlayStation is doomed and PlayStation is dead, but
provide some balance.
I'm expecting some really big things from PlayStation as well at E3.
Well, they're not going to be there though.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They're probably going to announce bankruptcy the month leading into.
Thank you, Miles.
And then
get them, Miles.
And then a rip. They had a good run though. Shout out to
RIP PlayStation.
But yeah, both PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo. People are not talking about Nintendo, but Nintendo is going to be bringing some spice to E3 as well. So it's going to be a really good year, which is exciting because the last year has been a dumpster fire. So I'm looking forward to it.
No doubt. Lord Chris, two quick hitters. What do you feel about this Kojima rumor, and are you excited for E3, sir?
Yeah. So I think the Kojima rumor. I agree with Miles. I think that's I think that's bang on. I think the heads of terms will have been signed or something for Phil to be confident and have that kind of statue in the background. I think he's not in the business of just kind of doing stuff for the sake of it. I think Kojima's Kojima, so whether people are kind of polarized by his games, whether they enjoy them. I think he's obviously a master at creating stories and things like that. So I think it'll be awesome to see what he's kind of doing with Xbox. I think it coincides as well with Phil's desire to really kind of, well, it's almost kind of like replace Sony in Japan now, which is really
role reversal, brother.
Which is crazy. And I think that just stems from Phil being a gamer, and playing kind of Japanese games and discovering those things. And I think if Sean was still around at Sony, he would never have allowed that kind of Japan divide to be created. And obviously excited for E3. I'd rather there be a physical event, and use that kind of time to fly out to the States and meet up with a lot of definitely meet up with a lot of people who I speak to. So. But yeah, I think as long as the pacing's right, I think a couple of these kind of online events have been a bit slow and slow paced. But I enjoyed the idea of Xbox stuff, and I know that got a lot of stick. But I think people need to understand that there's a lot of small independent studios there who had their kind of time in the sun, and some of those would have been nervous. They're getting great coverage and stuff. So I think people expect a little bit too much kind of bang after bang after bang after bang, and sometimes you've just got to have a chat with these studios and stuff. So I think as long as the pace is right. But I agree with Miles again. I think PlayStation are going to come out They'll do something around the time. The masters are, showing a kind of vertical slice or giving you that kind of, super quality and just get, a lot of people hyped. So, they're in a difficult situation, but they're obviously not going to just kind of shut up shop or anything.
They'll
so
do something.
It'll be interesting to see what's going out. But yeah, that's me, brother.
No doubt, brother. I feel what you're saying, Lord Act. This is your topic on Kojima. How you feeling about this rumored exclusive as well as E3? You were very excited, I believe, when the news dropped. So what you feel?
I'm gonna make this short because it's past my bedtime. I think no offense to anything that happened with the Summer Games event last year, but I didn't like it. I felt like the news was too spread.
Yes.
As a content creator, that's good, but as a fan, I hated it.
I feel you.
And I tend to lean more towards my fan side than my content side. So I'm glad E3's back because sure, everyone isn't going to be at E3, but enough people's going to be there where I'm going to get all the information I want. Like Xbox is there. I don't got to wait till July. I don't got to do any of that. I'm pretty sure they said Ubisoft's going to be there.
Yeah.
So I appreciate Ubisoft and what they bring out. And Nintendo, that kind of blew my mind. Nintendo is backing it because they've always been there on the floor, but they've never really formally backed it in a long time.
Right.
And it seems like the only people that's late for the party is Sony. Like, and to be honest with you, like I know everything Sony coming out with, so I don't really care. Like, I'm pretty sure Sony's gonna have something good this year because Sony always puts on a decent show.
Yes.
And I feel like obviously everyone in the chat, we have like what I was eating obviously, but we have like 700 and some.
Absolutely.
We will be live stream reacting to all these events
for sure.
So definitely keep that in mind. And when it comes to the Kojima thing, I think that's something Microsoft needs. Right. I'm not a fan of Kojima. I've actually famously been stated multiple times that I feel like sometimes Kojima, I believe, belongs in a straitjacket. But Kojima does what Kojima needs to do. Kojima's a very, it's a different mindset that Kojima has. Something that seems crazy to me, and I'm just like, I'm worried for this dude and his well-being. It just seems, for some reason, I'm the minority. Everyone loves it. So, I feel like the one thing that Kojima can offer Microsoft more than a lot of people is the respect he has with the Eastern market. Everyone respects this man. Everyone. And, they need that type of influence in the Eastern market. And to me, Tim Dog said it, but I agree with it. Like, I feel like Kojima, if Kojima's let loose because Sony didn't want to fund anything else, which I don't know, that's just speculation at this point. Like, let Kojima, if he's willing, give him whatever money you need and let him, because I know that Microsoft's looking a little bit more on the Eastern market in terms of studios and stuff. If they, supposedly buy Sega or, buy any of these Eastern studios, let Kojima be the Matt Hines of that. Let Kojima be the
almost like that, influential
the Matt Booty of that. Like, let him control the Eastern thing. Let him have the relationship with the Eastern studios, because there's, regardless what it is, there's going to be cultural differences. And I don't think Matt Booty is capable of doing that because of the cultural differences. Obviously,
almost
he's
like the liaison, like a representative to cultivate talent in Japan.
Yeah, just like pretty much be like, keep the Eastern market and all their relations in check, because I think he could do that very well. Then again, maybe he just wants to make games, and if he wants to, like, Microsoft having them publish a game would be a good look. I don't personally like his games, but I see, Death Stranding. That game looks boring to me. That game looks the craziest stuff I've ever seen. But every people love it. So, obviously he's doing something right over there.
I respect you said that. It was Addict's World that you didn't like it, but you respect that other people like it. You see that there's an appeal there. Lord Sov, Kojima and E3, what are we thinking?
I have a love-hate relationship with Kojima. Like, obviously his early games and Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, even 3, love. But but he's just, I think shout out to BG because he calls it fake deep, and that a lot of
shout out to BG. He don't like it.
Yeah,
he's like,
he just.
We remember when we did. Feel it, baby.
People, listen
get the
up,
buzz,
gather
baby.
around, baby.
It's one of those things where a lot of his storylines are just they're just confusing and convoluted for no reason, and all to tell you a simple sort of a subject.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, and as polarizing as Death Stranding was, I think if this is true and he does have a deal in the works with Xbox, I would hope that Phil, at the very least, can try to convince him to make more of an action game, because I think that would benefit Xbox greatly if they convince him to make something that at least resembles a Metal Gear in terms of action gameplay, military lean, whatever the case may be, but something action oriented where it is more mass appeal there than a Death Stranding.
Right.
If they can get him to do that, I think that would be great. And like Addict said, like the man he has respect throughout the industry, regardless of what you may think of his stories and his games. I think it's a big deal to have him on board, and I do hope that he makes something that's a little more in line with old Metal Gear, because Metal Gear Solid 5 as an action game, amazing action game. So I would love to see him build on that.
No doubt.
In terms of E3, man, like for us, a lot of the growth that we have besides on the podcast is being able to go to these events and show our face there and cover these events, and so that's huge for us. And to have that be, hopefully there be a path to get back there. It matters because E3, yes, last year everybody was like, whatever, they're done. If this is going to be the way forward, they're
people
done.
did that summer game completely had a different thought process.
A different thought process. And again, some of that has to come from the fact that because people were sort of forced into working from home, a lot of the production stuff that goes into E3, like it really came in hot.
Hire Miles. He does good production.
There you go. So a lot of that came from that. So this year, I'm hoping that we do see better production value across the board. I think that'll be the case. But again, the goal is to get back to a unified in-person event. I think that's where if you're going to have E3 moving forward, that's what it needs to be. And they need to figure out what they do about media. They need to figure out what they do about making it a fan-centric event, because that is what it is. I think making it a pure media event and looking to make the money that they've made in the past is unreasonable to think. They have to figure out that divide and make it work for both entities, so, the fan and the journalist. So it's going to be interesting to see. I do like the fact that we get a couple of days of coverage, of big coverage, and everybody has to sort of consolidate. Because when we're doing E3 stuff in the same week as we're doing whatever Gamescom stuff or whatever, it's kind of bonkers. So it's good that it's consolidated.
No doubt. Lord King, your man's Kojima in the building, maybe wearing a Xbox jersey. And what's going on at E3, man? What's your thoughts on both?
All right. So unlike Miles, I can say what I know. Right? Because he can't, he's in a official capacity. I am unofficial. So in saying this, right, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer and Miles, when I looked at your background, remember the first thing I said to you? I was like, wow, man, I love your visual, right? And I thought presentation means everything. I thought your display meant everything. And in your display tells me that you love Mega Man. You love it. And that's front and center, and that's exactly what people get from you. So when y'all guys are looking at Phil's background, everything is meticulously put there.
Yeah, for sure.
The last time that y'all looked at his background, y'all didn't know it was a Series S in the background. But after doing much research, guys sat there and they was like, wow. Okay. So Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer he gets this name because I'm looking at the Xbox Nation and Microsoft as the Roman Empire, right? And I'm looking at it at when they were conquering Eastern Europe and doing all the stuff that they were doing. They were an unstoppable juggernaut in this manner. And as you grew in title and prestige, you
took the title of each
right?
day.
That's how he got it. All right. So guys don't understand how he went from Dominus to Maximus to Aurelius, right? And he's at golden status now.
Golden.
Now, Now, what Phil doesn't want to do is be compared to other emperors that were before him.
Okay.
Right, and at this period of time, he is on par with the best of them. He can go toe to toe with Steve Ballmer. He can go toe to toe with all of them.
Yes.
And
let me get the Book of X in the chat, y'all.
He wants to separate himself, and by separating himself, he must conquer the Eastern area, where the Asian market, where no one from Microsoft has been able to penetrate that unbreakable force. Right? Has not. He sees unrest when it came to Kojima Productions, and they certain was promised to him that he didn't get fulfilled. Right? Now, his game, Death Stranding, is not a bad game.
Right.
But the platform that it was on was a bad platform for that game to exist. And let me explain why. If that game, that game is incumbent upon the community playing the game and putting stuff down inside the gaming world, right? Now check this out. Had that game launched inside Game Pass and you have 10 to 15 million people playing said game, then the vision of said game will actually be realized to the fullest potential, and you can actually build that world up, and it will turn into something bigger than what it turned out to be.
So Game Pass would have helped the notes in the world, with the packaging.
Exactly.
This is so beautiful because it's not hyperbole at all.
Yeah, he's actually spitting. He actually spitting. Somebody just out the back. He said, "You teaching us the lore of Phil Spencer. We're getting the backstory."
I'm giving you what he told him, and this was his pitch when he went to him. I can give you a living, breathing platform where your genius can actually be realized. You went through a situation where the hubris was to get you here, and I told you that was his 808 The Heartbreak. Now, given the right platform, that game lives in infamy, right? But that platform wasn't right because it didn't sell properly, and it was ambiguous in its nature. Now, I believe that Phil Dominus Maximus Realus Spencer is a Bond villain at this point right now, right?
Okay.
He has turned into a Bond villain because at no point in time, and the greatest baseball game is being played on that side of the fence, right? And instead of developing a baseball game and going through all this stuff and doing the resources, somehow, some way, under his leadership, your best baseball game is going to be played on his platform.
It's cold-blooded.
For his members for free, basically, right?
Move, for sure.
All right, cold-blooded, a Bond villain move.
Yes.
Right? Now, let's just say this. We all know Konami is licensing out their IPs. Let's just say Microsoft went over to Konami and actually got an IP from them and said, you know what, Kojima? I know that you had issues with them, and I know that you love this. Let me bring you your baby back. Let me bring you. I got this IP here, and I have a bunch of development houses, but I would love for you to take your vision of Metal Gear Solid or Metal Gear period and do with it as thy wilt. I bring this to you as a peace offering.
Damn, this is deep.
And you see him come on stage at E3.
Oh, you set the stage. Oh, I see you.
And you hear that.
Yes.
And Kojima walks out.
Oh, that breaks the internet. Just Kojima walking out.
You can literally pack your PlayStation up.
Oh my God.
Fold it up. Because
I think there's a good chance he walks out or has something.
That's a Bond move.
That's a Bond move.
That's a finisher. You hear finisher at that point in time. Okay, so now that we got that Kojima, because we know they're working together, something's gonna happen. Yes. But this is my scenario for you guys to just say, I hate King.
So when you talking into existence.
I'm talking
so
into
that when
existence,
it happens, we gotta bend the knee to you because you are the prophet. You are preaching the word and telling us how it's gonna go down. E3, I see the vision. I see how you link that together.
And the game is date and date inside Game Pass, and everybody who wants to play the next Kojima game, you're gonna have to get inside Game Pass. Now,
continue.
E3.
Yes.
E3, in my opinion, is dead from the standpoint. A lot of you guys know, like Chris said, rubbing elbows, interacting. It's a social event. It's the Super Bowl.
Right.
It's the biggest of the bigs. I equate PAX to Atlantic City, and I peg E3 Vegas. To Las Vegas. It's Vegas, baby.
I got you.
This is the big show. It's the lights. This is what goes on here.
Yes.
And for them to get back to what it originally was, you need to have those closed off dates for media only, and not have the fans at the same time that the media is there. Give media their time, and then you can have the fans for the 2 to 3 days. But they're still chasing that back. Now, digital form this year. We're going to get that information out there, and it's nice. And I expect Phil and Matt Booty and these dudes that's on the board to come out and support. You're on the board. Why wouldn't you support something that you're on the board for?
Right.
So I really take that with a grain of salt, but it's also another way for them to push their IPs and stuff like that during this period of time of great information, and they can get that structure out there. Now, as far as Sony putting a package together around this time to try to counter something that Microsoft is doing a show next week on the 21st, which is more of a technical show, like the CES type of stuff.
Right.
The next show is in May. I think you're going to have one in June that will be the E3 package. They will probably skip July and give you that August banger going through to the fall season. I think their cadence is at a point where it doesn't matter as far as E3 goes.
Right.
Nintendo will do a treehouse like they always do.
Right.
So E3 has to find its footing in this digital era. Right. Hopefully next year, once everybody has been vaccinated and stuff like that, we can get back to the shows. Yeah. But to me, E3 is pretty much past its prime. We can see what happens during this period of time. But I, like Chris, I would like to have a beer. I would like to meet Miles. I would like to rub elbows. I would like to collaborate. I would like to speak to devs in person and see these games behind closed doors. We have to get back to that moment, but we're not there yet.
No, I feel you, King. Thank you for the Red Wedding lore and all the scenarios that I have to prepare myself for, because I am going to be mad if this happens, because I'm never going to hear the end of your mouth.
Oh, my goodness.
Because he's been on fire. We laughed this man out of the room so many times, and then he comes back on ILP with the "I told you," and we got to eat it. So I'm not even going to say that this can't happen anymore.
Especially with the Kojima Konami stuff.
Yeah, because I can literally
hate his
picture it. So I'm like, I'm going to shut up. And I'm not going to say anything. I'm not questioning. This man has been on fire for about a year and a half. I'm going to be quiet, but I would say my
because we do know that Sony it's an open secret that Sony is doing the remake to a Castle. They have the Castlevania IP. Now, from what I'm hearing is Blue Point is going to do a remake of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And that will resonate with anyone. That's a huge title, to be done. So that's that big AAA blockbuster type of thing again. And Blue Point definitely does great work. So why not counter that with an IP from Konami?
If that happens, that would be, that's great. Look, I'll be quick. We got to get it. E3, y'all know how I feel. I've said it ad nauseum. Nostalgic. Love it to come back. Obviously digital form is going to be different, but the thing that excited me, press conferences. That to me is what I really enjoy E3 for, the surprise, the pomp, the circumstance. We'll see if Kojima comes out. But, at the end of the day, look, they still got a lot to prove. At the end of the day, companies, Sony's not there, EA's not there. I'm surprised Nintendo on the list that they have, which is strong, and Microsoft's super strong. It's up to them to still make it a spectacle, to make people realize why they miss it, and then hopefully set up the next year for the physical show to make people come back. So it's on them to really, because again, you got Summer Game Fest, you got all this stuff. But let's get to the fun. For my personal topic was Kojima. I want to get to it because look, for me, I'm keeping it a stack, y'all. I cannot cap. I cannot tell a lie. I have not been a fan of Kojima in his older years. I am not. I feel he's gone crazy left. The infamous story with me solving King. He lost me at that Metal Gear when he introduced Lele Lalu in the storyline. Soon as he said the Lele Lalu was in a game, and that was part of the narrative, I thought something was wrong with the man, and we need to stop him now. So, all jokes aside, but look, all jokes aside, he's respected. A lot of people love him. Death Stranding was not for me, but it has a following. You know what I'm saying? And I respect it. This to me, again, I got to give it to King. This is a cold-blooded move by Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. And he knows the optics of it. He knows it. He knows what it means to associate that name that's synonymous with the PlayStation brand with Xbox. And that's how you get, casual stuff associated. And to Addict's point, if there's even a hope that he would be some type of advisory role in Japan,
that's crazy.
To me, that's the value of the move, if it's true. I want that. Like, I don't care about the King because I know he tends to blow the budget sometimes. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? But if he's able to, one, create a game exclusive, that's good, that's appealing, and then, do some type of talent acquisition role. And to Miles' point, I think I can see it's very feasible that somehow Death Stranding, even though I don't care for it, ends up being in Game Pass and the whole new audience gets to experience it. So that's it. But to me, we gotta have fun, I think there's a part of this move that y'all not seeing. There's a part of this move that by proxy makes this Phil Dominus Maximus ultimate move. The biggest acquisition for getting Kojima is not just that. You signed Jeff Keighley, and you win all the awards. That's what you do. You get Jeff Keighley in pocket. He comes out smiling. Phil, Kojima, Phil. That's the move. You get Jeff.
No.
You dominate E3 and you dominate Summer Game Fest.
You trying to say that Jeff Keighley is influencing the awards?
I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is,
are you saying is a guarantee Halo Infinite?
All I'm saying, you want the owner of the Game Awards in house, and we all know how chubby Jeff is with him. So look, I'm on a kick. Yo, Phil, you playing chess out here, baby. I see what you're doing. You playing chess, baby. You knew you needed some Game Critical Awards. You needed that 90 Metacritic. You needed that fanfare, and you gonna see Jeff come out, Phil and Kojima arm in arm. I see you, bro.
Yo, Daniel said blowing controls. Imagine he walks out on stage and he just blows on an Elite controller.
Listen, man. Phil didn't like that they wasn't in them awards, man. He got to get back in the mix. But that's all jokes aside. It's going to be fun. We'll see what happens. Let's get up out of here because, Jesus, we have gone long.
Oh, my goodness.
5-hour show, but it was fun.
Ridiculous.
Let's get the poll. I'm sorry. Super chats and then the poll.
Yeah, we have a bunch of super chats.
We have a boatload.
Oh, you got it, yeah.
Hold on, let me run it back. Get the poll. I'll
get the poll while you're doing it. All right, so new ILP LOGNET Poll going up now with the latest Bloomberg article stating Sony's focus on blockbuster titles. How concerned are you with the overall direction of Sony moving forward throughout the generation? Choices are A, not concerned. Sony is still the market leader with the best games. B, very concerned. Leadership is money chasing and losing the identity of the Sony brand. Or C, I don't care. It's TV, and they keep remaking remakes. That is the choice. Please rock the vote. And it's actually up on lordsofgaming.net right now. Again, salute Lord Miles Dompier. I think I said it right. And my man, Lord Chris Grannell, a.k.a. the CJ, my looter shooter friend. Where can people find the start with Miles? Where can they find you? What you have going on, sir?
Yeah, so if you want to meme me or hit me up, I'm on Twitter, just first and last name, at Miles Dompier.
There we go.
But if you're American, it's Dompier. Either way, I won't take offense. But I appreciate the French accent you gave it there.
I tried, brother. I tried.
Beautiful. Yeah, and then most of my content is gonna be on WindowsCentral Gaming YouTube channel. So hit me up on there. Like you said, the gamer ASMR, an underrated gem. I feel like
gem, brother. I laugh so
hard. But no, yeah, mostly WindowsCentral stuff, and then on Twitter mostly. So hit me up anytime.
No doubt, dude.
Also, be sure to put all his stuff.
Put his
in
information
the
in the chat.
Yeah, he did. Hustle
on
was
it.
on point.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, salute to him. Salute to WindowsCentral. Love what you guys are doing. And salute to you at Xbox Chatterdays. Got to plug the show. I try to catch it when I can. Great guest, great energy. Please support him. He's doing good things. He's a rising star in the community, y'all. Check him out, man. Really cool dude. And of course, the legend. You know what I'm saying? Of Urban Zoo and of Sony. computer entertainment from Europe. My man, Chris Grannell, man, an absolute pleasure to get your insight. Thank you so much for those great stories. I never knew about any of that, and just giving us an insight on culture and studio culture. Brother, where can find you? What you have going on, sir?
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Obviously, been an absolute pleasure being on your podcast, and obviously sharing the floor with Miles as well. Yeah, people can find me, CJ Grannell, on Twitter, and Hard Times UK on on Xbox, PlayStation, etc. So yeah, I'm just going to carry on playing some Outriders. Really addicted to the thing.
I'm addicted too. Like, we got to link up, man. I'll even start a new character. Yeah. I was trying to start a pyromancer, so maybe we can play from the beginning. Since if you're too high a level, you might be doing expeditions at this point where you've been playing.
No, not quite there yet, but yeah, let's definitely jump on together and play.
No doubt, man.
Thanks again for having me.
Oh no, thank you. You will be back, brother. Me and you already talking about that, so you already know.
We are indeed.
No doubt. Lord Attic, very impressed with your energy that you were able to pull through and be here in the realm, dropping bombs as you usually do. Where can people find you? And shout out to the Attic Show, on fire right now.
Yes, it is.
On fire. It's like giving me that radio talk show feel. You know what I'm saying?
Radio talk show feel.
Yeah, okay. I like it. What's going on, man?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP.
It's very Milesian. I like that.
Look, I've been doing that for a minute, so we ain't gonna act like I'm trying to call people.
Miles should have said that.
We go. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. Obviously, I brought the Addict Show onto the ILP channel. Appreciate all the support I've been getting. I will be putting more time into that. We're going to be doing a Addict Spotlight on Outriders. King, Forte, and Slow Mo are going to be panelists. So we'll get that took. It probably be. I believe we're going to do it Monday. I still got to talk to Slow Mo. But I appreciate everyone for coming through. We had a lot of people here, man. You guys definitely showed up. Every week we do this every week because of how much love you guys give us. And we will be here next week with a special guest. Be on the lookout for that. It's nice. We got another one for you guys.
Got another one. Next week's nice. Check us out. Yeah, salute the Attic, man. He's killing it. Tony Bryant says Attic Show is dope. No doubt.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Salute the Attic doing that. And of course, Lord Soft with the passion, as always, going at it with King with hypotheticals and all this other stuff. What's going on?
Disagreeing for just because.
I refuse to be. Listen, you've pissed me off the past 2 months. I can't be agreeing with you.
I can't be agreeing with you.
It's not good for the health of the podcast.
Ridiculous.
So what you got going on, bro?
Back to the grind. So you know where I'm going. But you can catch me actually next Saturday night. You can catch me on PTK Blam Show next Saturday night. And I'm trying to work out a date so I could be back on with Gaz and Asa over there on Games on Daily. You will see my face around more. I guess people want to hear the sovereign preaching.
Yes, they love that. I told you since the Colin episode, man. Before that, you've been preaching. They tired of me holding you back.
Appreciate it. And shout out to Raiden Blade because the eyes gave out. So thank you, brother. I appreciate that. The eyes gave out. Right?
Yeah, Dano said, "So I've got the glasses on." Woo!
It's time.
No doubt. And of course, the prophet. Xbox preaching. We're giving us great lore and history, red wedding themes. It was very Game of Thronesian in here with the history. I learned today. So where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
First, I want to thank our esteemed guests for showing up. Miles, 100%. It was great having you on. I was looking forward to this week. And like I said, visual wise, those lights set a mood. It's a thing going on right there, man. And I love the passion that you have, and I love that you didn't conform. You was just like, nah, I'm gonna fight you all the way through this. So great having you on. And Chris, it's a great time anytime you show up, especially with that level of information that you did drop in the background, and being on the ground and going through a lot of the scenarios that you did get a chance to go through, and firsthand what's going on. So it's probably like a little deja vu stuff that you're seeing now, and people really need to take heed to what you have to say because you've lived through it and you understand that when developers get a chance to make a remake of a remake, they're really sick and tired of certain things at this point. And you know, coming from your background, you can attest to this to be true. Yes. So thank you for coming on and giving us the wonderful takes that you did have. It was beautiful. You guys know me on Twitter, King David OTW. You know, I see you there. I've noticed that you Sony dudes are very, very quiet because I have been very, very right a lot of the time. And everything I've been forecasting against you guys has been coming to pass. So next week, I'm just gearing up for next week. Oh my God, it's a monumental week in the history of gaming. MLB The Show, me and my controller. I'm going to be dropping a video for you guys. Not like baseball. Yes, the last video did 150K, so this video will definitely probably break the internet. I want you guys, listen, I'm just calling on all of you guys because we won't get a chance to talk until, you know, the game is out, but I'm calling on everybody that's inside Game Pass in an earshot of this. Everybody, all 25 million of us. Yes. I want us all to galvanize together, and I want us all to just download this MLB The Show.
We're going to have an MLB The Show gathering, a seance.
I want everybody to download it. If you have Game Pass, I want you to download it. If you don't have space, I want you to remove something out of that space, and I want you to put MLB The Show in there. And if you don't play, I just want you to download it. And I just want you to go to the boot up screen, and in that boot up screen, I want you to hit play. I want you to make your character. I want you to pick your team. I want you to have your voice be heard. Yes. Because if you want God of War on your back, I want you to make God of War and Spider-Man and all these other games that Sony has in their catalog. Bring them over. Let them see that your voices shall be heard, and let them know that you want their bangers. This is a stick up. Wow. We want all of your games, and this is how we get it. This is the really first of many.
We gonna miss so King, you're gonna have to do this all over again next week because you won't be playing it on Game Pass to the 20th.
Oh man! I thought it was next week.
No, because early access. If you buy it,
how about you let him go crazy and then you tell?
He's done. He's done, and now I'm telling him got to do it
next week too. Because I'm really looking forward to Mortal Kombat as well.
I love all this baseball capping.
I'm gonna have a whole baseball suit on. This is going to be amazing.
Looking like Babe Ruth.
And I don't care about baseball. Okay,
so this is the sole goal of setting the precedence of taking more Sony.
This is the fraud light upon myself. I don't care
something to say right before we close.
But I do want this game.
Before I do my intros, I gotta respect the guests because we have super chats to read, but we don't need to hold Miles and Lord Chris hostage. So Lord Miles, Lord Chris, guys. Thank you again, brothers. Phenomenal show, phenomenal insight. Thank you so much, and both of you will be back in the realm because you already know we had a great time. So salute to you, brothers. Have a good one.
All right, guys.
I need those super chats read out of respect to the realm, and then we'll get out of there.
All right, hold on. Let me jump back again because there were more since.
There's a hell of a lot of super chats. I sit 30 minutes reading super chats.
Oh, what a way to start it off, Massa Rex with the $2 super chat. Cog is about to support, not my name. All love.
I know, all love, brother. All love.
Then we got Gerald Mack, $10 super chat. The love for the ILP is growing exponentially. You dudes may have to go to the boomstick route and do a couple of these things.
I can't
do it again.
I got too much time. I barely make time for this one.
Look, I'm the one that has no time, and I'm looking at this like, Flame, $5 super chat. Hope Nintendo brings something because I want that thing to turn on for the first time. The Smash Brothers can't even use it for Octopath because of the Xbox. Yes,
this is true. Snatch their bangers.
Then we got free R. Kelly.
Your games.
I can't.
Then we got free R. Kelly with the $5 super chat. Sony, people gonna be thinking I'm capping to free R. Kelly. $5 super chat. Sony don't need Kojima. He been washed up. Keep that Amazon walking simulator over there on Game Pass. Sony gonna dominate this generation. R. Kelly.
He be going hard to pay.
Yo, they are losing. They are not the market leader. PlayStation now is 2 million. It's over. The fight is done. Get him off his body.
Considering your name, you're happy to die on certain hills. That's fine. I'm happy.
Like Sony clutching your PlayStation 5.
Then we have Saul Lorenzo, $5 super chat. Sony making the wrong moves. King is right. Microsoft is not playing this generation. Phil making power moves. Great show, guys. Up the work. Book of X. No doubt. Big up the work. And we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. That copy of Watch Dogs and that Nintendo Switch on Phil's shelf are the reason why Nintendo and Ubisoft are attending. Imagine if it's just a Microsoft thing and everybody just coalesces on, like comes into the Microsoft. Man, Then we got Jimbo Django, $3 super chat. I just think this Master Rec dude is great. We agree, sir. We agree. Then we got Free R. Kelly once again, $5 super chat. Unless Microsoft purchases the Metal Gear IP from Konami, there is no reason y'all should buy anything from Kojima again.
He's so bad, but that's gonna happen. God bless.
Then we have Dan Lazaro, $2 super chat. Iron Lords have the best Xbox podcast on you. This is why.
This is why.
Keep reading. Keep reading.
No, I
saw
it.
King speaks and it's Xbox podcast.
This is why I had to scold the chat a little while ago. I had to scold the chat because I'm just like, y'all just come in here for this. They're not even listening.
Just come here for King. Yeah.
Just to say that King is the reason why we're this.
Yes.
Then we got Black Storm, $20 super chat. Don't forget they got Shinji Mikami over at Tango Gameworks. He is the creator of the series. They already got a legend under their belt. That is very true. And Phil was very excited to have Shinji Mikami.
Yes, sir.
Then we have Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. ILP is a gaming podcast.
Oh,
not
my man. Thank you.
That's right.
Clear our name.
That's right. We play games.
It's not our fault.
I just been playing my PlayStation because they have no games.
Time.
Then we got the brother, the homie K Mega, with the $10 super chat. What up, crew? Outriders have made me a vampire, staying up all night playing, waking up late in the day. Keep up the good work.
I saw you on.
Free R. Kelly, $5 super chat once again. Shinji Mikami hasn't been relevant since Resident Evil 4. The Evil Within was a flop, and Ghostwire Tokyo looks like much like BioShock. You sound crazy. That's not crazy.
Evil Within is getting rotation inside my Xbox.
A lot of people like Evil Within. Like
Evil Within is
people like.
It's in Game Pass right now. Shout out to that.
I mean, that has
it's
nothing
on
to do
PlayStation
with the
now?
game.
Is it out there on the PlayStation platform?
Yes, you can buy it on the PlayStation.
Oh, but you can buy it though. Oh, okay.
You know that Evil Within 2 is on PlayStation now, right? You know
but
that, right?
I just downloaded my joint. But you talk about that streaming
time.
It's downloadable. It's not just streaming.
We got Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Hey King, Emporium, Invictus, add them.
Oh, he giving new names. Oh,
yes. No. Yo, listen. I hear what you're saying, but he gets no more names. He's golden. That's it.
Okay.
That's crazy. It's bad names. Then we got welcome to the rump with the crest in the chat for Minute Repeater.
Minute Repeater.
That's what's up. He gonna repeat that minute.
He gonna let you know.
Yeah.
Then we got Brett Bingham, $2 super chat. Xbox buys Konami and appoints Kojima as CEO.
That's crazy. That's a super Bond villain move.
That's King. That's the time King is on.
Yo, you know how extra that would be.
That's
a smash.
That is Bond villain.
You know what's funny? If they could buy Konami, that would literally. I'm confident. I know we got to go real fast, but I'm confident that if you wanted Kojima in your corner for the rest of your life, you just give him, if you come up here, I'm gonna buy Konami and make you the president. He's going to be signing that dot with the quickness.
Wow. That would be crazy.
That's crazy.
Let's welcome the newest member of the round. Free.
Oh, he joined the round.
Oh my God!
I thought he wasn't feeling us. Yo, salute Free R. Kelly.
Put the crest in the chat for
Free R. Kelly, no doubt. That's crazy. That's crazy.
2 step is slide.
Shot-town. He rapping.
Oh my Lord.
Yes.
Then we got Gerald Mack, $5 super chat. Now you understand why I follow these guys around on their podcast tour. Appreciate salute, entertainment, and facts. Shout out to the Lord. Thank you so much.
God bless.
So much love.
That's love, Gerald Mack.
No doubt. Then we got Jimbo Django, $5 super chat. Microsoft getting the Silent Hill IP and having Kojima work his magic would be a game I think anyone would be hyped for.
I
think there's a chance, like I said before, the way things are going, just
nothing is everything is on the table.
Never say never.
Anything is possible.
It's literally it's a Bond title. Never say never again. It's done. Then we got Lord Roughness with the £5 super chat. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. How nice is he now? No third-party AAA title is safe. Yes. It is true. Well, that Mr. Nice Guy is
that's a king ball.
Where would my man grind my gears at?
Shout out to Guy. You want? Oh yeah.
I want the one-on-one again, boy.
Shout out. We gotta get him back because clearly King wants to rub it in.
Yeah, he does for sure. Then we got Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Game Stack next week. Series consoles and PC tech. No doubt. Then we got Raiden Blade once again, £2 super chat. Great show. Great show. Have a fam Sunday.
Have a fam Sunday. We're gonna have a fam Sunday, yo.
We're gonna have a fam Sunday for sure.
Have a fam.
Then we got Mass Erect, $2 super chat. Thanks for the show, guys. Much love. Then we have Sakata with the $2 super chat. Xbox using PlayStation Plus's pick to play its strings. Wow. Crazy. Then we got Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. Looking out for you, bro. That's me at my eyesight. Thank you. I appreciate that. Then we got Black Ronin 357. £5 super chat. A great show as always, Lords. I'm trying to get my final app project done, and you guys are keeping my frustration levels down with the good convo and jokes. Glad to be of service. Now, everything up until that. Hold on.
I got the next one. Gerald Mack, $5 super chat. Shout out to the Iron Lords. It's no secret you guys are absolute superstars in this community. So yes, Lord Sovereign, we need to see you more, bro. That's what's up.
I'm working on it.
And then Raiden Blade, £2 super chat. I'm in, King. Whatever he with it. Whatever you with, he with it.
He with it.
I'm in. Whatever you do. We're gonna go rob a bank. I'm in, King.
I'm in, King.
He in.
Let's continue before they troll us, boy.
All right, I got him. Okay. We got Lord Chancleta with the $2 super chat. Kojima is the GOAT.
Yeah, he likes it, dude. Shout out to
he
Brad.
likes it. He likes his stuff. He's stuck behind him 100%.
No doubt. Shout out to Brad. He had David Jaffe on yesterday. Great
episode.
I love David Jaffe.
Yeah,
I
Jaffe.
swear to God,
Jaffe got that smoke. I like Jaffe. JD Gamer with the $5 super chat. Hey Sony, I used to be a stick-up kid. Looking at you reminds me of all the devious things I did.
Not giving your name, stick 'em up. Yo, we with the Rakim balls.
Yo,
JD Gamer, let me find
time.
Okay, time.
He said time.
Too much hip-hop for addicts.
There we go. I know. Tony Bryan, $5 super chat. Oh snap! Final Fantasy VII remake exclusivity expired yesterday. If Microsoft announces it's coming to Game Pass this week, oh my God, people will seriously lose.
Definitely will lose it. Time. Let's keep going.
Then we have. Let's welcome Fuzzy Belvedere to the realm. Put the crest.
Put the crest up for your boy Fuzzy.
Shop Podcast. Well, let me get Rand Outdoor 19, the man with the million, my homie, $5 super chat, giving me crap. And you said the Xbox 2 is too long at 2 hours and 45 minutes. Lord unlock. Listen, man, this is why I be up late. Why I couldn't play last night because I had to prep.
I mean, with two people going back and forth, that's a
yeah.
Nah, but they be having some good stuff, man.
Yeah,
I love they banter.
All right.
I can't even say that I love it stuff.
Alex is like, I need to sleep.
I know he needs
JD
to sleep.
Gamer, $5 super chat. Microsoft is getting all the developers, games, studios, and deals. If Sony doesn't respond soon, they'll be joining. They'll be left with nothing but twizzle sticks. Then we have Malik Tyler finally saying something. $2 super chat. All hail Phil Spencer. Great executive.
No doubt. So we are all caught up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right,
let's end this before we get.
All right, let's go.
Next
week, another one, y'all. Another one. Stay tuned. Normal time, Sunday. But like I said, stay tuned. We're going to have some fun. Yo, realm, y'all. We love y'all. We did a double week. This has been tremendous, man.
And just out of curiosity, people put in the chat who you think it is. I'm curious.
Look at him. The end the show. Then I'm
we
gonna
gotta
ask
go.
I just want to see who they think it is. What else am I supposed to ask them? We ain't doing a show
on Twitter. You can ask them on Twitter.
Yeah, for real, man.
You can ask right now.
This is what I'm talking about.
You gotta read
that. I ask a simple question, and you act like
you gotta read those.
You gotta read those.
You
gotta read those now.
Nigga, my voice is gone.
Yeah, simple question.
We got a $5 super chat from Stitch. I support you guys to the fullest. However, I am here for the prophet's words. We got a $2 super chat from Michael. aka Best's Finest. This is yes, this is an Xbox podcast. God bless, say less.
He using King word. That's King. King is your man. I already know.
You already know.
And on that note, stay tuned. Next week will be good, man.
And you know, real quick.
Yes.
Jeffy's over there having a good interview, man. Like go over there. I'm gonna put in the chat in there. Tell them the ILP sent you and listen to that.
It looks like he cursed out BG or something like that.
Oh no.
He's over there. He's doing a interview with Days Gone, the director.
Oh yeah, the guys that we was talking about.
Yeah, I just put the link in the chat. Go over there and say ILP sent you guys, and we'll see you next week.
See you next week. Enjoy. Big one. Big one next week. Peace.
You